Oh my. You know what time it is. Welcome to the live show. We are back, daddy. Alrighty. Welcome. Welcome. Thank you for tuning into the live show. How are you doing today? How are you doing today? Uh, uh, uh. Uh, 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 uh. Uh, uh, Ladies and gentlemen, you know what time it is. Welcome to the live show. Where are we? Tuning to the live show. You know what time it is.
Hello, everyone. I'm Lisa Booth, along with Cheryl Casoni, Jason Chaffetz, and Tom Shalhoub, and welcome to the Big Weekend Show. The big story tonight, Donald Trump and RFK Jr.'s anti-establishment power move.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr. I'm proud of Bobby. You want to know the truth?
I feel like that intro is just like the best thing ever.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr. I'm proud of Bobby. You want to know the truth?
Yo,
I
that
don't think
intro,
I've ever
yo,
introduced
guys.
Kennedy.
That intro,
Anti-establishment
the
power
best.
move.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr. I'm proud of Bobby. You want to know the truth? I don't think I've ever introduced anyone that got applause like he just got. I must tell you.
The crowd goes wild for the unlikely duo teaming up to take on the swamp. Fox News correspondent Lucas Tomlinson is live at the White House tonight. Lucas.
Well, good evening, Lisa. Let's get right to the videotape. Here's Donald Trump alongside Bobby Kennedy Jr. last night in Arizona.
For the past 16 months, Bobby has run an extraordinary campaign for President of the United States. I know, because he also went after me a couple of times. I didn't like it. His candidacy has inspired millions and millions of Americans, raised critical issues that have been too long ignored in this country, and brought together people from across the political spectrum in a positive campaign grounded in the American values of his father, Robert Kennedy, a great man, and his uncle, President John F. Kennedy. Bobby and I will fight together to defeat the corrupt political establishment and return control of this country to the people.
RFK Jr. says he would have won the election if the system was more honest.
I got a call from the president, and we talked. We had a very good talk. And then he invited me to come see him. And we talked about, not about the things that separate us, because we don't agree on everything, but on the values and the issues that bind us together. And one of the issues that he talked about was having safe food and ending the chronic disease epidemic. Our children are now the unhealthiest, sickest children in the world. Don't you want healthy children? And don't you want the chemicals out of our food? Don't you want the regulatory agencies to be free from corporate corruption? That's what President Trump told me that he wanted.
Kennedy added this is not the Democratic Party of his uncle and father. Lisa?
Thank you, Lucas. I feel like I should start. Should we start calling him Bobby? Make it look like we're on the first name basis.
Yeah.
Jason, okay, so the Trump campaign put out a memo after this talking about, you look at states like Arizona, if you looked at the 2020 turnout model, the net vote gained in Arizona would be over 41,000 votes, 4 times Biden's margin in 2020. How significant is this endorsement?
Oh, I think it's very significant. I think it tells us a lot about the Democratic Party of today. Did you ever think you'd see a Democratic Party that was rejecting a Kennedy, for goodness sake? And the idea that a Kennedy would join forces with a Donald Trump, I think it's a big deal. He wasn't going to get the majority of the votes, but he's probably going to get that last 5%. The people are disaffected maybe by both parties that feel a little offended by how Democrats ran their process in nominating somebody. It wasn't a fair fight. They sued Kennedy every single chance they could get. They kept him off the ballot. They did not allow him to participate in a fair way. And there's a lot of people that are offended by that. So that last 5%, the bit that actually makes the difference in election, I think this is a huge win for Donald Trump that will translate in November.
Jason, you touched upon the realignment in American politics. And Cheryl, I want to get to you after we listen to why RFK Jr. decided to endorse Donald Trump. Let's take a listen.
Don't you want a president who's going to get us out of the wars and who's going to rebuild the middle class in this country? And he told me that he wanted to end the censorship because the whole basis of American democracy is the free flow of information. Can you think of any time that you can look back in history and say that the people who were censoring were the good guys? They're always the bad guys, because it's always the first step down that slippery slope to totalitarianism. Don't you want a president who's going to protect America's freedoms? And I want to ask you again, don't you want a safe environment for your children? And don't you want a president that's going to make America healthy again? Thank you all very, very much. And God bless you. And God bless America.
So he talked.
So now Bobby's talking about make America healthy again. Man, you can't. Shoot. It is what it is. That was a good line.
Talks about how the Democratic Party has now left behind working class voters. Now it's about censorship, corruption, big pharma, big everything. We've seen this realignment in American politics where the Republican Party has kind of become the party of the working class, the left now the party of elites. So how does a Kennedy endorsing a Republican sort of further solidify that realignment?
Well, I think it kind of goes to what we're already seeing with the Trump campaign. If you look at the UAW, for instance, you may have the leadership of the union support Kamala Harris, but the membership is a completely different story. And we've seen that that's going to be the vote that's likely going to go Republican. But, the Wall Street Journal editorial board made a really good comment, a line about kind of why you saw this rejection by the Democrats of RFK Jr. and Nicole Shanahan. I mean, they believe that the campaign, the Democrats played dirty politics to keep them suppressed. A Kennedy, to both of your points. And what they write, I think this is interesting. He says, Democrats can now blame themselves, the editorial board writes, for the endorsement, since Mr. Kennedy might have dropped out and not endorsed another candidate. So if Arizona and Georgia in particular, if the story changes because of RFK's position now with the Trump campaign, they only have themselves to blame.
Well, and talking about that dirty politics, Tom, I thought, RFK Jr. had this zinger, in my opinion, where he's talking about how Biden mocked Putin's 88% landslide and mocked the fact that Putin owns the Russian press and that he kept opponents off the ballot. And then you've got the DNC doing what they've been doing, and the Biden campaign or Democrats trying to push Trump off the ballot before.
Yeah.
So
it's a very interesting number. What did you say? 88%?
That was with Putin's landslide in the Russian election.
Well, that 88% is alarmingly similar to the percentage of mainstream media that is actively supporting the Democrats. We saw that they did a study this week that the media is somewhere around 85% positive stories for Kamala, 85% negative stories for Trump. So they're actively campaigning for the Democrats at this point. And so when RFK talks about press freedom, it's in the same breath as talking about the First Amendment, about people's ability to express themselves and to say what they need to. At this point, the Democratic Party believes that freedom of the press is the freedom of the press to censor us, because the press is right now in with big tech, and they're deciding what can and can't be said about things. The second big thing RFK is on about is medical freedom. So medical freedom and freedom of the press. I don't know what I want him to be in charge of, the FCC or the CDC, but put him in charge of one of them.
And let's get them.
Yo, what do you guys think? Do you think this is an addition for Trump's campaign? Bobby joining forces with big dog Trump?
Him to be in charge of the FCC or the CDC, but put
both, honey. Both of them. Yeah. And the FDA. Okay. All of them. Ooh. There goes my hero. Watch him as he goes.
We have with us Joey Piscatelli, who I learned about just by reading old news stories. Joey Piscatelli is a general contractor, but more than that, he's been a leader for 20 years with Survivors Network of those abused by priests. Joey Piscatelli, I can see the Golden Gate Bridge behind you. You're a man from the San Francisco area. You've had experience with Kamala Harris as DA, as Attorney General, as Senator, and so forth. Tell the American people a little bit about your story and about your experience in trying to draw the attention of Kamala Harris.
Well, I first filed a lawsuit against the church for being molested as a child. And the priest who had molested me was a priest from San Francisco. And I went to San Francisco with other victims before Kamala Harris was DA. And we talked to the district attorney named Terrence Hellinon. And Terrence Hellinon had accumulated files, lots of files on sex abusers in the church that he had subpoenaed and gathered through investigations. And he was going after them full force. Kamala Harris beat him in early 2004 as the new district attorney. So the files were in her care then. So we immediately started contacting her, asking her if she'd release the names in those files or release the complaints that were in the files, because there were a number of people who had filed suit against predators, and we wanted them held accountable. She ignored us, and we started protesting at her office, and she kept ignoring us. The press started contacting her and saying, are you going to release these files? What are you doing about these predators, et cetera? And she ignored them. This went on for a long time. And my suit was going to court jury trial. So the priest who had molested me was in San Francisco working as a pastor at a church and school with access to children. So I wrote her again and said, I'm actively suing this man for child molestation, and he's with kids now. And so are a number of other clergy and teachers who have molested kids. You need to do something about this. And she kept ignoring it. So they kept the priest in ministry, and a number of us would protest at her office in San Francisco. We passed out flyers, virtually begging her to do something. She kept ignoring us. The press contacted her and said, "Why aren't you releasing these files and these names?" And her answer was that she was protecting the victims. Well, I'm one of those victims, and she wasn't protecting the victims because the victims' names are redacted from the files and the claims. The only names that appear are those that are the predators. She was shielding them in our eyes, and we couldn't understand why. One thing, she wasn't prosecuting them, she wasn't investigating them, she wasn't releasing their names, and she kept shielding them. And we couldn't understand that.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey,
Y'all heard? Did you guys hear that? That isn't good news.
Days until the election, President Trump and Vice President Harris are ramping up battleground state campaign efforts this week after RFK Jr. officially suspends his campaign and throws his support behind Trump.
Trump 2024 senior official and Trump 2016 campaign manager Corey Lewandowski joins us now with the campaign strategy moving forward. Corey, welcome to the show. So how does this impact the race? How is the Trump campaign absorbing this new asset that they've acquired through RFK Jr. and his endorsement?
well, look, the endorsement was an amazing success. You know, I was there in Arizona when RFK came out to the stage. The crowd was overwhelmingly supportive. And look, when we're talking these battleground states and you look at the numbers that JFK was pulling in some of these battleground states, you know, that support now transitions to the Trump campaign, puts us in a position to ensure success. Donald Trump last week hit 6 battleground states. This week he hits another 5 battleground states. And where is Kamala? Hiding in the basement. She's using the same strategy that Joe Biden used. We're more than happy to go out and give specific messages to specific communities, which is what Donald Trump did last week, culminating with a big rally in Arizona. We'll do the same thing this week.
Corey, help me understand, if you would, the ballot strategy. RFK is pretty open about, I'm going to leave my name on the ballot in some states, take my name off the ballot in other states. He has been openly saying, if my name's off the ballot, I want you to move to Trump. So help me understand why in some states leave your name on the ballot.
You know, Will, some of these states, it's really not going to make a difference. I don't think, to be fair, that we're going to be competitive in the state of California. And so if RFK wants to stay on the ballot there, it's perfectly fine. Look, RFK probably, if it was a fair system, would have won the Democratic nomination, but they kept him out of this. And he feels very hurt by that, and rightfully so. So every vote that he's going to take in those other states is going to come from Kamala Harris. We know that. It was a rigged system from the beginning. Not only would he have beaten Joe Biden if he had a fair shake, but then they went out and they coronated Kamala Harris to just give her this nomination without ever going through the process. So I think he's very angry. I think he's very hurt about the process. And he's going to show that his voters want an alternative to Kamala, even in these states.
I think it was a big mistake for the Dems to not invite Bobby over and try to win him over.
That we don't think Donald Trump is probably going to be successful in, like the liberal state of California.
You know, Corey, as you know, I mean, Kamala Harris didn't win a single primary, yet here she is as the nominee. She's enjoyed fawning press, has taken no questions, has done no interviews, and that's become effectively her strategy. Run on the warm glow, extend the honeymoon as long as possible. It's on Donald Trump to burst that bubble. What's the campaign strategy to pull her out? How do you draw her out? How do you create an environment where she feels like she has to answer questions, has to do more than one debate? How do you approach that?
Well, Pete, as you know, the media has given her a pass. Absolutely. She's got no policy positions on her website. No one's asking her questions about it. You look at her speech that she gave at the convention on Thursday. She mentioned Donald Trump 15 times. She mentioned the biggest issue in the country, which is inflation, 1 time. You know, she has no policy issues, and the media has given her a pass. Donald Trump, whether he was at the border this week or anywhere else that he has been, is taking questions from the media, and the media has done a disservice to the American people. Yes, we're going to have at least one debate. We should have more debates. But Kamala Harris and Tim Walz want to hide from the media. They don't want to answer questions because they're the most radical duo that the American people has ever faced for a presidential campaign.
You know, Corey, it's so interesting, this RFK Jr. endorsement, because I think it's monumental because of who he is and how different so many of his views are from traditional Republicans. And what it says to me is that there are some really existential, massive issues, beginning with the corruption and rigged system that we have, that are overriding all these other different policy issues. And so while I agree you should try to smoke out Kamala, in some ways, the fact that she's able to just stay in her little hole there and not say anything and still think she can run this race kind of explains what's so rotten about the system. And in some ways, maybe is an asset in that you guys are able to run against the system versus Kamala.
Well, Rachel, look, when you had Bobby on yesterday in your show, and he talked about how rigged the system actually is, not just the food industry, but the overall process.
Yeah.
And so, look, he's now going to have the opportunity to be on the road telling the American people exactly what he's witnessed firsthand, what he's seen firsthand. And he brings a completely different demographic. There's a whole group of people out there who are so fearful of the government because they indoctrinated us and forced people to get these shots. They didn't know what they were. Bobby's been out talking about that. And that is a group of people that now is going to continue to come to the Trump campaign, who maybe there was a reservation before, but Bobby's been such a strong advocate for making sure that you get to make your own choices and your family can, and not be forced by the government to do things. Now that he's with the Trump campaign, that's going to be a special opportunity for more people to come join us in our path to victory.
Really quickly, Corey, we've got to go, but is it fair to assume, and you can obviously correct me if the assumption is wrong, that it was important to RFK to have a role in a potential Trump administration, and he will have a role in a Trump administration?
You know, Will, there's been no promise, but clearly what President Trump said in Arizona was he's going to stand up a commission to look at attempted assassination attempts that Bobby will be part of, and also release all of the JFK assassination documents. That's very important. There's been no promise of anything, because if you don't win, it doesn't matter. But with Bobby and our team, we believe success is going to be there, and that's only going to benefit all of the American people.
Will he be campaigning with Trump throughout the next couple months?
Yeah, we've got 71 days ahead. Bobby's going to be on the campaign trail. We're going to roll out some more endorsements coming this week. You're going to see it. And then we're going to be honored to have him on the trail, and a huge surrogate.
And this is something I want you chat to know. Chat. Put it in the chat. Why are you voting for Kamala? And why are you voting for Trump? Also, there is rumor going on that there will be more Democrats endorsing Trump. More Democrats are going to be endorsing Trump. God damn. Man, I don't know. Because if Democrats are endorsing Trump, what does that say about the Democratic Party? What does that say about the presidential candidate of the Democratic Party? I don't know, man. I just don't know. Anyway, thank you for watching the live show. Subscribe to the channel. Like the live show. We are currently analyzing the election, Trump versus Kamala. Let's get it. Subscribe to the channel. Let's go.
Operation, in addition to Senator Vance out there and President Trump. President Trump's in 5 more battleground states this week. And so there's no surprises where we're going to be. We know what the states are, and we're going to bring our message directly to the American people.
Well, speaking of surrogate operations, Corey, we reached out to the Harris campaign for an interview, but shockingly, we have not heard back yet. We appreciate you answering our request.
I'm shocked.
Corey
Shocked,
Lewandowski.
Pete.
Yep.
Thank you, Corey.
Thank you.
Thanks, Corey.
Thank you.
You guys, it's getting spicier. It is getting absolutely spicy. Democrats are endorsing Trump left and right. They are tired of the BS. They said, goddamn, look at the inflation. Look at the gas prices. Hooey. We're leaving, y'all. Here we go.
Over 100 students in a district outside of Boston will have to find a new way to get to school in September. They won't have bus service due to a shortage. This comes as the state started paying for buses for migrant students whose families recently moved into their community.
I mean, goddamn. What the heck? Are you guys watching this right here? Are you watching this right here?
To joining us now is Ashley Francois, a mom of 3 from that school district. Ashley, this is quite the story, and it's one that impacts you personally, I understand. You have, is it 3 children, and all of whom now have to figure out a way to get to school?
1 out of my 3 children have a bus for the school year because she's in elementary. The other 2 are middle school and high school, and that's where they stopped buses for these kids.
I see one of them right there. I see one of the kids right there. That's make your way in. It's fine. And I understand, but not only do you have to figure this out for 2 kids, let's just talk about your personal situation a little bit. I know that all of your kids are on IEPs. You live 3 miles from the school, and you yourself don't have the capability of driving them to school.
So I've had quite a fun experience here in Stoughton. 3 years ago, the Stoughton police suspended my license indefinitely for medical threat. And upon that, I had many issues getting my kids to school. So as of February of 23, the school system actually filed educational neglect on me. One of my children on the IEP has school refusal, and that's one of the kids not allowed on the bus or taken off the bus. So they just basically fed right into exactly what this child wanted, and that's not to be at school. So now you've made it absolutely impossible for me to get him there to access the curriculum, access the services that you are specializing for him. So if he's not getting to school to get these services, then these kids aren't going to be able to access any type of curriculum from the Stoughton Public Schools if there's no way to get them there.
And I think you may have said this, but you have some medical issues that's kept you from maintaining a license. So
shout out to everybody watching the live show. You know what time it is. Shout out to Romeo, Shijin, Davon. Sherry Smith says, I only have $40. God damn. Sherry Smith, I feel your pain. She says, I only have $40 for 2 weeks' pay. Check to check. She's living paycheck to paycheck, man. She has $40 for gas. And she's living paycheck to paycheck. Sherry Smith, I pray for you and your family, man. That's all I could do. Pray for you and your family that you figure this out and that one way or the other, Trump is going to win, and then this inflation is going to come down, okay?
really in a situation here. You need the buses, and this is coming as this is happening at the same time in Massachusetts. Your migrant population in the last 4 years has grown exponentially since 2021, 355,000 living in Massachusetts, 50,000 new arrivals, 10,000 children. Again, these are all migrant children. And from what I understand as well, that actually there's bus service set up for these illegal immigrants. So you're losing bus service, they're gaining bus service?
Yep, and Stoughton says that it's government agencies paying for these extra buses for the outside families.
How does that make you feel?
I kind of feel torn at this because one, and I'm going based on my knowledge off of the IEP services, children on IEPs are receiving state and federal funding to receive these services outside of already a budget given to the students in the school. Along with that, Stoughton Public Schools has made it a priority to have parents sign health insurance waivers for them now to go and get funding from their health insurance. They're getting 3 different funding for children specialized on IEPs. Why can't they get a bus? And on top of that, children on IEPs, if a child already, regular student, no IEP, gets a bus slot, a child with an IEP, if they do not qualify for specialized transportation, automatically get a bus on that slot, on that bus as well. So I was that parent that would be going into schools advocating for parents to get their children's services. I was here in Stoughton doing that for my 3 kids.
The thing is, y'all talking about how will President Trump bring down inflation, blah, 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 blah. Okay, here we go. If you close the border, which is nobody comes in illegally, and everybody who is taking money from the government that they're not legal needs to go. I'm sorry. They just need to go. Or they need to figure out a way to, you know, I guess take them to their families and reconcile them with their families, because they're taking money away from the people that need it here in the United States. That's one. Two, drill, baby, drill. Okay? Get the energy rolling, bring the gas prices down, cut taxes. When you cut taxes, everything else is better, because now you give money back to the citizens of the United States. Also, stop giving money to Ukraine. If they could stop all of these things, if they're going to stop all of these things, no funding wars, no helping. I'm not saying don't help, but I'm just saying, like, people are suffering. Like, people that were born here are actually suffering. So there's no point bringing illegals. According to what we've heard, they're actually flying illegals in. Not my words. According to the news, they're flying illegals in, and they're like in New York. If you want to Google how much they've spent on illegals, it's going into the billions on illegals. Billions of dollars spent on illegals. Because people like to argue, man. This is the thing about people. People like to argue. We're going to Google right quick. How much has NYC spent on migrant? Here you go. Can you read? For the people crying. This is newyork.gov. This is government website right here. It says, so far in fiscal year 2023, New York has spent $1.45 billion to help migrants. Much of the cost has gone towards providing shelter, food, and services. For the kids in the comments who don't know what it is, this is it right here. You're lying. There you go. This is a government website, nyc.gov. They spent $1.45 billion to help migrants. Much of the cost has gone towards providing shelter, food, and services. This is what I'm saying. If they could cut this cost down, billions of dollars would go back into the economy. And, you know, people are suffering, man. Look at Shelly. She said she has $40. And they got $1.45 billion. And this is just last year. This is 2023. We're not even talking about 2024. So, I mean, we could go back and forth, but you know I'm saying the facts. Y'all know I'm saying the facts. I ain't going to be going back and forth with y'all.
And I just don't understand.
Last question. What are you going to do?
I'm probably going to keep them home, because it narrows it down to the fact that if I can't work, I can't drive.
And guess what? That is just 2023 in New York. We've not spoken about Texas, Arizona, so many cities, Chicago. We've not spoken about all of those cities. That was just New York. 1.45 billion just 2023.
So that means my income is an extremely budgeted income. And there's 4 of us. Right. So am I supposed to pay between 4 to 6 Ubers a day for the entirety of the school year to get my children to school, and then question how I'm going to pay for my home, the electricity, the food they need to eat, the clothes, school supplies? Right. Because we get probably 2 pages of list of school supplies for each grade. It's not just a Stoughton Public School standardized list. Students need this. Each grade has specific things they need.
Shout out to my boy Romeo. Romeo says, what the hell going on right here? Okay, Romeo says, Google inflation. That's why, like, for topics like that, inflation, I need to be able to see inflation in my spending, in my household expenses. Every household needs to be able to know inflation has gone down. You don't check Google for inflation, bro. You don't check Google for inflation. That's not how you gauge inflation. That is fake news. If you're going to check for inflation, you need to check how much you're spending. Is it reducing? How much is your mortgage rate right now? How much is your mortgage rate? This is how you check inflation rate. How much is your mortgage rate? If it's the same, then why are you telling me to Google inflation? Why are you telling me to Google inflation? It's like that means you're telling people that you guys are dumb. You guys are dumb. Inflation is down. How? How? How has inflation gone down when we still have the same expenses? Bro, my electricity bill is all the way high. Gas prices, high. Mortgage rate, high. Grocery prices, high. And then you say Google it. Like, do I have to Google my electricity bill? Do I have to Google the mortgage rate? Come on, man.
And this while resources are going to, a finite number of resources. They can only go so many places, and resources going to illegal immigrants that could be going to people in need like yourself. By the way, the Stoughton superintendent did give us this statement. He said, when we complete the process for no-fee busing, we received 162 more requests this year. We could not have anticipated such an increase. To that end, we provide busing as of Friday for all K through 6 students within our policy. That addresses your elementary school student, Ashley. We are addressing.
This is alarming, guys. It's so alarming. I don't know, man. I don't know.
President Biden came in, he doubled the price of gasoline to the consumer, and he increased the price of food 30 or 40% because of the doubling of the price of gasoline. And that's what caused the inflation. So as inflation went up, the Fed had no choice but raise the interest rates, which put the real estate market in a turmoil and then put the banks in a turmoil. So it all started. President Biden made the poor people poorer because they.
Okay. This is for Silly, Chili, Hilly, Philly, Millie, Billy, Timothy, and Romeo. Does inflation affect mortgage rate? Yes or no? I know you guys are scholars. You guys are economics major, and you went to Yale. Okay. So does inflation affect mortgage rates?
Buy gasoline every day. She doesn't have a clue. Look at the amount of retail stores that have closed, especially in the inner cities. If the manufacturers are charging you $1, you have to pay your payroll, you have to pay your rent, you have to pay your electricity, and the margin in supermarkets traditionally has been 2%. Right. The shrinkage, which is the stuff that disappears, the problem is the shrinkage and this additional security has gone up to 6%.
And that's the chairman and CEO of United Refining and Red Apple Group, the owner of Gristedes Supermarkets. John Catsimatidis with me on Friday on Mornings with Maria. With pushback on Kamala Harris's claims that the inflation crisis on her watch is the result of corporate price gouging. Joining me now with more on President Trump's agenda and what he heard from constituents this past week in Chicago is Florida Congressman Byron Donalds.
Why are you guys not replying? I called on Silly, Millie, Billy, Timothy, and Romeo. Where are you guys? Does inflation affect mortgage rates? Y'all graduated from Yale, correct?
A member of the Oversight and Financial Services Committee. Congressman, good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. How would you assess the state of the race today?
It's a close race, but I think that Donald Trump is greatly positioned to win. Let me give you a couple of reasons. Number one, Kamala Harris hasn't discussed anything of substance to this point. So when she starts going through substance, through policy, like her economic policy, people start to understand that it's not going to bode well for her. Number two,
Romeo, Does inflation affect mortgage rate? I don't need you to explain that Kamala is going to give $25,000 and the mortgage rate is going down. Does inflation affect mortgage rate? Yes or no? That's it.
Donald Trump has never polled this well. In 2016 or in 2020, she's running way behind Hillary Clinton and way behind Joe Biden at the two similar times in those two presidential races. And then number three, Kamala Harris cannot run from Joe Biden. I know she's trying to run as a prosecutor, but her current title is Vice President of the United States. And she was riding shotgun with Joe Biden, creating one of the worst economies for working families and middle-class families in the history.
Romeo, can you see what you're doing, Romeo? You says yes, but it's not overnight. What are you saying, bro? Now you say yes, then you say inflation is going down. Then we have one of the highest inflation rates and mortgage rates and prices on everything going up. And you're saying no, it doesn't. Inflation is going down. Google it. And then yeah, you say yes. How do you contradict yourself this much, Romeo?
Of our country while leaving our southern border wide open to more than 10 million illegal immigrants.
Well,
I believe that Donald Trump is well positioned to win this race.
Well, we also haven't heard a peep out of her on foreign policy. And of course, the world moves on. This morning, God bless you, sir. This morning, we've got news that Israel has sent 100 jet fighters to hit Lebanon in a preemptive strike. They were expecting a strike from Hezbollah. Who is running the country while Kamala Harris is out campaigning and Joe Biden has tried to get Netanyahu to back down against these terrorists?
To be quite frank with you, Maria, I have no idea. During the DNC, I mean, they put Joe Biden on at midnight on a Monday, and he gave his speech, then they sent him to California on vacation. Kamala Harris has been running around the country campaigning. I'm not quite sure who's running the place. Maybe Susan Rice is still in charge for all we know. I have no idea. But it's not good because it doesn't appear to be leadership in our country right now.
It raises the issue of who's been running the country these past 4 years and who is expecting to do so in the next 4 years. Michelle Obama, when she spoke at the convention this week, basically said, look, she could be a weak candidate, but it's okay because we're going to help her. I mean, that's what I heard. Watch this.
They are not perfect. And like all of us, they will make mistakes. But luckily, y'all, this is not just on them. No, this is up to us. All of
Oh, God, Lord. Thank you so much for watching the live show. You know what time it is. Subscribe to the channel, like the live show. think my internet went out.
Through the stuff, and then I could sort of deliver the lines, but somebody else was doing all the talking and ceremony. I'd be fine with that.
Okay. Congressman, he's fine with that. Is that the plan?
It very well might be. Even if you look at the Biden-Harris administration, a lot of the staff are Obama holdovers from the Obama-Biden administration. Now you're looking at Kamala Harris. The rumors are already circulating that she's looking at people to hold over from the current administration now. They have an agenda, and I think it was said well on CNN a couple of days ago. The Democrats have been in charge of the country for 12 of the last 16 years. And in the only time period in them 16 years that have actually worked for the American people is when Donald Trump was president of the United States. That's when our economy was flourishing. That's when every demographic group was getting ahead. Every economic group was getting ahead. And that's when we had no new conflicts and no new wars. It was under Donald Trump. Whether it's Obama, Joe Biden, or Kamala Harris, poor people and working families have fallen behind.
Do you think they get that now after 4 years under Joe Biden? Do you think these swing state groups, blacks, Hispanics, those people who Donald Trump needs in his corner, do they understand that better today?
I believe so, but it's also incumbent on the campaign and everybody who's supporting President Trump, myself included, to make sure that message is clear. Look at Kamala Harris's policies. If she ever decides to tell you, the policies that have already come out are disastrous for an economy. And to be blunt, Maria, it's not going to hurt the rich guy. The rich guy is going to find a way to survive. Who's going to suffer are working families, seniors on fixed incomes. They are going to suffer while the Democrats just want you to feel the vibes.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, you're not going to be able.
Yo. Shout out to Andrea. Shout out to everybody watching the live show right now. You know what time it is. Subscribe to the channel and feel the vibes from Kamala.
It's not going to hurt the rich guy. The rich guy is going to find a way to survive. Who's going to suffer are working families, seniors on fixed incomes. They are going to suffer while the Democrats just want you to feel the vibes.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, you're not going to be able to use all that joy to buy dinner. So we'll see how that plays out in the coming weeks, 70 plus days away from Election Day. Congressman, it is good to see you. Thanks so much for being here this morning.
I'm Steve Doocy. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News.
Oh. I know what's going on with my internet, but it's not connecting. Got to use my phone's hotspot. Okay, cool. So this is what we're going through, people. I vote for Kamala is good. Yeah, this is what I wanted to do.
You have one ticket that knows what a woman is and has vowed to take decisive action in protecting our sex-based rights, compared to the other ticket that thinks men can become pregnant and that tampons belong in boys' bathrooms. I see on social media people saying they're voting for Kamala Harris because she's a woman. Well, guess what? I am voting for Donald J. Trump because I am a woman.
Riley Gaines issuing a warning to voters who say they are supporting Kamala Harris just because she's a female candidate, claiming the Democratic Party is anything but pro-woman.
Outkick.com contributor and host of the Gaines for Girls podcast, Riley Gaines, joins us now. Riley, always so great to have you on. So you were at the rally and you're making the case. I mean, the Democrats try to pretend like they own women. They're the party for women. And what's your case for why that's not the case?
Absolutely. Well, thank you, guys. Always a joy to be on with you. This is coming off the heels of the DNC. We heard it from virtually every single speaker at the DNC. They talked about they are the party of and for women. They talked about a woman's right to dismember and abort the developing child in her womb. They used the phrase, my body, my choice. They spoke of healthcare freedom. Where was this healthcare freedom in 2020? This was not implemented, this bodily autonomy they spoke of. That didn't matter when it came to injecting yourself with an experimental, ineffective vaccine that has zero credibility. No, the Democratic Party, they were the tyrants who fired healthcare workers. They fired school teachers, active duty military members for not conforming with their autocratic mandates. And so my message to voters, regardless of political affiliation, regardless of race, of religion, of sexual orientation, of any identity factor. My message to voters is that a vote for Kamala Harris is a vote against your daughter's future. We see, of course, the issue that I speak most frequently of, the gender ideology movement. We see how this movement preys on the most vulnerable, that being women and children. It's stripping away our rights to safety, our rights to privacy, our rights to equal opportunity. But it's also important to mention that just this week, we saw in Afghanistan, the Taliban implemented a law, the most oppressive law for women that we've seen thus far. Women aren't allowed to speak. They're not allowed to show any skin. They're not allowed to leave their house without a male chaperone. They're not allowed to even look at a man they are not related to or married to. Yet have we seen a statement issued by the White House? No, of course not. Women want a safe border. Women want a good and stable economy. And none of those things have been, we have seen from the Democratic Party thus far, and we won't in the next 4 years if they maintain leadership.
Riley, what does it say to you? Look, the strongest demographic group in voting for Kamala Harris and voting for Democrats is single young women. That is their overwhelming strongest group. Now, you know, we can go into why, like, abortion is often a big issue with that group. Even though Donald Trump has said he's not looking for a national abortion ban, it pulls people in one direction. Kamala Harris is a female candidate, so a lot of people want to rally around a female candidate. Do you think any of the things you're laying out to us, and you're young, I mean, does anything that you're laying out you think is breaking through with that group, that single young women who are so reliable for Democrats?
I think so. I think people my age, you know, just recently graduating college, we're getting out into the real world and we're seeing the effects of progressive policies. Again, forget the gender ideology movement. Look at how much groceries cost, how much gas costs, how much rent, how much your mortgage, how much all that costs. So I think when you're getting out into the real world, people my age begin to understand, again, the harm and the severity, the trajectory of where we're going if we vote for this same leadership again. Unfortunately, it takes time, it takes learning, it takes being exposed to tragic scenarios like what happened to me, like what happened to Laken Riley at the border. Again, all of this is because of the Biden-Harris administration, and you can expect it to continue under the Harris-Walz administration.
Real quick, Riley, are we doing enough? Again, you're significantly younger than us. Are we doing enough to reach those young people where they're at with the technologies they engage with news on?
Well, this is what the Democratic Party does so well. I have been super enthusiastic to see Donald Trump appearing on Theo Vaughn's podcast. He's joining Sean Ryan's podcast. I think all of those things are wonderful. It's a great way to reach my demographic. He's now on TikTok. Again, it's just a good way to get people with my age, my youth, our eyes on the issues at hand. And we see Donald Trump as a real person. That was what was awesome at the RNC as well. I mean, there were many moments where Donald Trump was tearful. He was emotional. He was moved to tears. We saw his grandchildren around him. It's all an effective way to get people my age, pull on our heartstrings. Again, I think a page we can take from the Democratic playbook.
Well, I think the Trump campaign is lucky to have you as a surrogate, Riley, and we love having you on.
Thanks, Riley.
Thanks, Riley.
Thank you.
So essentially, she's saying that the vote for Kamala is a bad choice for your daughter. Now, is she right? Is she right, chat? Is she right? That's what I said like a couple of days ago. Daughters around the nation don't even know who their vice president is because she hasn't done anything. Because y'all are saying, you know what, let's vote for her because she's going to inspire our daughters. She's the first woman vice president ever in the United States. That is a record right there. But still, nobody knows. Nobody knows who she is because she has done nothing. It's going to be the same thing when she turns out to be the president of the United States. Nobody knows. Nobody will know because she's going to go to the basement.
And joining us now is Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Welcome to Fox News Sunday.
Shannon, thanks for having me.
Okay, so let's get this out of the way up front. You and President Trump not always fans of each other. He posted on social media earlier this year, he's one of the most liberal lunatics ever to run for office, a phony radical left fool whose poll numbers are terrible and getting worse. The New Yorker said just a couple of weeks ago this: in a recent text exchange, Kennedy told one person that Trump was a terrible human being, the worst president ever and barely human. He is probably a sociopath. Now, I haven't read your text, so you can speak to that. But how did you get from that position to Friday night?
Well, it became clear to me that I did not have a path to victory. 16 months of censorship, of not being able to get on any network really except for Fox. And I had, in fact, when Ross Perot ran, in the 10 months that he ran, he had 34 appearances on the networks. I had 2 appearances in 16 months. So I was blocked out from the networks. I was blocked out from the debate. I had no path to victory. President Trump had been reaching out to me. And I talked to him a few hours after the assassination attempt, and we had a long conversation by phone. I then had 2 extensive meetings, and there were issues, the broad issues that were most important to me, the ones that brought me into the campaign, which was ending the Ukraine war, ending the censorship, and protecting children's health. We're all reforming our food supply, all the things that we need to do to make our children healthy again. Those are all things that President Trump also wanted to work on. And he invited me to form a unity government. We agreed that we'd be able to continue to criticize each other on issues on which we don't agree. But these issues are so important in their way of unifying our country. We need in this country to reach a point where we.
The thing is, I'm not going to say when, I'm going to say if Trump wins and your gas prices start going down, electricity bill goes down, your groceries goes down, mortgage rate falls, border secured, Ukraine war ended, Israel, Palestinian people in peace. What are you going to say then? Please tell me, chat, for the Democrat here, what are you going to say then? Are you going to give him his props then? Are you going to say, you know what? I don't like what you say, but I respect you for doing all this shit that you did. Are you going to say that finally then? Or you're going to say it's because of Biden and Harris when they were there?
Love our children more than we hate each other.
It's a good unifying theme that I think a lot of people could get around. It's how we get there. That's always the devil is in the details. Have you all negotiated over or talked about a cabinet position, another position within a Trump government in exchange for your endorsement?
No, there's been no commitments. But I met with President Trump, with his family.
Another thing is the Democrat voters never answer your question. They answer your question with another question.
With his closer advisors, and we just made a general commitment that we were going to work together.
What about the states where you're trying to get off of a number of swing state ballots to say, I'm going to stay on a number of state ballots, but in these swing states, I'm going to try to withdraw myself and ask my supporters, or at least you're telling them, think about supporting President Trump. Did you negotiate over which states you would try to withdraw from?
Yeah, I mean, we all knew which states they were. There basically is 10 swing states where my presence in the race would have helped Vice President Harris and would have harmed President Trump. So I'm going to get off the ballot in those states, and then we're going to stay on the ballot in 30 states. And, I'm encouraging people to vote for me in those states. Those are states where the votes, they're either all red or all blue states where their votes are not going to change the outcome of the race. But in the states where I would have been a spoiler, I'm going to get out. So it's about 10 states.
Okay, so there were reports a couple of weeks ago citing an official from your camp and also a Democratic official saying that there'd been outreach to the Harris camp as well to possibly discuss you working within the Harris administration in exchange for an endorsement of her. Is that true? And what happened with that?
I reached out to them on the same basis that I reached out to President Trump, and we actually talked to other presidential candidates, including Chase Oliver and the Libertarian Party, about figuring out ways that we could end the polarization and the hatred and the vitriol, start talking about issues. And, you know, I was welcome to listen to anything from the Democrats that they were going to do something about.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is breaking news, okay? Because I don't know if you guys know this, but did you know it took the White House a long time to actually give protection to RFK Jr.? I'm sure you guys know, like, he was asking for the Secret Service protection while he was doing his campaign around the nation, and the White House declined, or they ignored, allegedly. And when Trump's assassination attempt happened, Biden came out and said, we will approve the RFK protection and make sure Trump has a lot of protection around him, and this never happens again. Chat, guess what happened today? The White House already, this man, RFK Jr., just endorsed Trump yesterday. And today, the White House called back his Secret Service. What is this? So, oh, you betrayed us? All right, we're going to take our protection away from you. So now the safest place for Bobby to be at is beside Trump. God damn. And y'all want to talk about President Xi is a dictator, authoritarian? God damn, dog. Damn. Damn. That is wickedness, okay? And that is called jealousy. That is called Marxism. That is called anything you want to call it. Communism, anything you want to call it. That's what it's called. That's not no goddamn democracy, okay? Well, anyway, subscribe to the channel and vote for your comrade, Kamala.
The war, about the Ukraine war, about the censorship, about the child health crisis, this epidemic of chronic disease that has now disabled about 60% of our kids. And you know, when my uncle was President Shannon, only 6% of Americans had chronic disease. Today, over 60% do. And you know, it's hard to find a kid today that's not been damaged by it. And it's coming from our food supply, from pollution in our environment, from toxics in our environment, and mainly from corruption in our government that allows that to happen.
You've talked about, or there's been discussion that if you were to join the Trump administration in some health-related position, that you have real interest in dismantling things.
If you, scientists and officials in NIH,
Okay, you guys can see me, right? All right, bet.
who work on scientists and officials in NIH who work on drug development, who incubate drugs for the pharmaceutical company, get to collect lifetime royalties from those products. These are regulators. They're supposed to be looking for problems in those products. We have these agencies that have become sock puppets for the industries they're supposed to regulate. So they're not really interested in public health. Everybody, the most profitable thing today in America is a sick child. Everybody is making money. The hospitals are making money. The pharmaceutical companies are making money. Even the insurance companies make money. And we need to end those perverse incentives. We need to get the corruption out of FDA, out of NIH, out of CDC. and make them function as they're supposed to function, which is to protect public health and particularly children's health.
I'm going to go back to your decision from Friday. Both you and Nicole Shanahan, your running mate, have talked about how you feel like the Democrats completely mistreated you, excluded you from the process. How much of your decision Friday is about revenge or motivated by punishing Democrats in some way?
Zero. I don't act in anything in my life. I don't act out of anger or revenge or resentment. It's a bad motivation. It's like swallowing poison and hoping someone else will die. And so I don't do it. I am very pragmatic and practical, and I am focused on one thing, which is how do we restore health for our children?
I used to tell you guys that Kamala may win this election, but now I'll tell you, I don't think she can win this election, people. I'm sorry to the Kamala fans. I'm sorry. I do not think she can win this election. She's losing too many people fast. People are leaving fast. I felt like the DNC speech was going to do wonders, but when I heard the DNC speech, I said, God damn, this ain't finna do nothing. The DNC speech couldn't even save her because it was teleprompter to the audience. Teleprompter to the audience. There was no connection to the audience. No, she was not connecting. There was nothing like that. It was just straight BS. As far as I'm concerned, she is going to lose this election, and it's glaring now. It is glaring now because now RFK has joined forces with Trump, and now they're now spiting him by taking away his protection that they gave him because of the Trump assassination attempt. And also, there would be more Democrats that would endorse Trump coming this week. He said that. Listen to this interview. RFK says there are more Democrats coming out to endorse President Trump. Telling y'all, man, they fucked up. They fucked up.
And that touches many, many other issues. How do we regenerate our soils in this country? How do we protect small family farmers? The incentives are all going to commodity agriculture, and that's what is.
And Jessica, this is for you, Jessica. This is for you because I got love for you, Jessica. Please don't watch the debate. You would be so disappointed. You would be absolutely disappointed. I'm telling y'all the love comrade now. Don't watch the debate because if you do, you thought Biden was bad? You better watch something right now.
Is feeding this chronic disease epidemic, the processed foods that are created by commodity agriculture. So we need to do all of these things at once. Protect small farmers, restore our soils, regenerative agriculture, and to get the corruption out of the federal government and make these agencies do what they were created to do, which is to protect our health and not serve the mercantile interests of the pharmaceutical companies and the processed food industry.
This decision is not without personal cost for you. Your own family went to the White House on St. Patrick's Day, took a huge picture with President Biden, made clear who they were supporting. Friday night, your siblings issued this statement. We believe in Harrison Waltz. Our brother Bobby's decision to endorse Trump today is a betrayal of the values that our father and our family hold most dear. You posted on X Friday night saying you're grateful to your amazing wife because the decision that you've made is one that she's uncomfortable with. So talk to us about.
I'm telling you guys, don't watch the debate. Respectfully, don't watch the debate. If you do, get ready for a painful exit, okay? At least for, we could still say for, what's his name? Joe Biden. He is old. Everybody could still say, you know what, he's an old guy. But for Kamala, there would be no excuse. There would be no excuse.
The personal backlash you have to deal with in moving
Yeah,
forward?
I mean, my family is at the center of the Democratic Party. I have 5 members of my family that are working for the Biden administration. President Biden has a bust of my father behind him at the Oval Office. He's been a family friend for many, many years. And my family is, I understand that they're troubled by my decisions, but, you know, I love my family. I feel like we were raised in a milieu where we were encouraged to debate each other and debate ferociously and passionately about things, but to still love each other. So, you know, they can.
Obviously, me saying don't watch the debates doesn't mean don't turn on whatever device you have or your TV to watch the actual debate. I'm just saying get ready to be hurt because you have placed Kamala here, and in reality, she right here. So I'm saying your expectations would be diminished.
They're free to take their positions on these issues. There are many, many members of my family who are working in my campaign, who are supporting me. I have a very big family. There's a few of them that are troubled. But, you know, I think we all need to be able to disagree with each other and still love each other.
Wall Street Journal has this. They say it's a double-edged sword, essentially, that it may help President Trump to pick up some of your followers if they're willing to go over there. But they warn about what you would do in his administration. They say this, RFK Jr., if he's anywhere near the healthcare or environmental agencies in a Trump administration, look out. Mr. Trump's best response is to thank RFK Jr. for his support, make no promises about the future, and by all means avoid joint campaign appearances. You've already had one. Will you have others? Will you campaign for President Trump?
I'm going to be campaigning actively. I think President Trump is going to make a series of announcements about other Democrats who are joining his campaign, and you know, I want to make America healthy again, and so does President Trump. So those are objectives. You know, the Wall Street Journal may be worried about shareholder value for pharmaceutical companies, and I think, you know, I talked specifically to President Trump about that issue, and he said that he wanted to leave as his legacy healthy children, and that, you know, that that he was unconcerned about the other implications.
All right, Robert F. Kennedy.
I told you guys more Democrats are coming out, like they're coming out of the closet, baby. They're coming out of the closet. They're coming out of the closet to join forces with Trump. This is the thing, like independents like me, Republicans like whoever in the chat, Democrats, some Democrats are saying, you know what? Fuck this. Yeah, I'm voting for Trump. That's what people are saying right now. I'm telling you facts. That's what people are saying because everybody's tired of the inflation, the high grocery prices, the goddamn never-ending wars every single time they come in. Come on, man.
I want to get your assessment of the DNC. Obviously, Kamala Harris has not done a sit-down interview, has not communicated what she'd like to do should she get elected after this election. And yet there's been a huge halo around her. The media is portraying her as if they have all this information. How would you assess the DNC last week?
Yeah, well, listen, we were very proud of the Republican National Convention. I think what people saw with our convention is that you actually saw a path forward for this country. You saw Donald Trump and people every single night of our election, or of our convention, lay out how we are going to make life better for you. I didn't hear a single night of anybody talk at the DNC about that. You saw unity with our party from the RNC. You had a very positive feeling coming out of that. The DNC was a lot of Trump hating. It seems like they're attempting to run on hating Donald Trump, on platitudes, on vibes, and on emotion. That is not going to put food on the table for the people of this country. That is not going to bring down your gas prices. That is not going to get us out of wars around the world. Donald Trump had a plan. He put it in place in 2016 when he won that election. He has done this job before, and we demonstrated at our convention how he would do it again. You haven't heard a single thing from the Democrats on the other side, Maria. And so I think the American people are probably left feeling pretty hollow and empty after watching that DNC. Because again, you know, you're not going to get your grocery prices lower, and you're not going to stop the fentanyl pouring over our southern border by electing people based on emotion and vibes.
How?
And this is the thing, like with Tulsi's debate with Kamala, I don't think Kamala really did bad. I mean, she didn't win the debate. I feel like Tulsi actually, you know, was much more articulate, and she passed her information to whoever was listening, the voters, to actually hear what she's saying. And, you know, the information was properly passed to the voters. But Kamala didn't do really bad. This is the fact. I'm telling y'all. I feel like since she has become the vice president, she's just declined. Because if we watch the debate, she was actually talking. I mean, she flopped in some parts, but she wasn't like this. I feel like now Kamala is like this now. I'm sorry. I don't know what happened. Like, she wasn't saying, I, I, I've never been to Europe. Coconut tree. She wasn't laughing like that. Back in the day, she wasn't laughing like that. Like, now she's just laughing. Coconut trees going on. Unbothered by what can be. All of those things are new things. I don't know if she's on, like, you know, they may be going through so much stress that they're actually, you know, getting some stress medication. I don't know. I'm not insinuating that she's on pills or whatever. I'm just saying that you never know.
How important was the RFK Jr. support?
Oh, I think it's huge. And I think the Democrats are very upset about that. And that's great. And I actually think he did a great thing when he came out and not just said, I'm endorsing Donald Trump, but here's why. Because the Democrats are a threat to our country. I could not associate with a party that has been in my family and is you know, integral to my family and who we are for my entire life. And I thought it was amazing to see him come out. I think you're going to see within the swing states where he has taken himself off the ballot, the percentage bump that I believe it will give Donald Trump, I think is going to be huge. And I think you'll see that in the next round of polling.
Wow. All right. We'll be watching all of that. Lara, it's always a pleasure to talk with you. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right. Lara Trump joining us.
I'm telling you guys, man, I'm telling you, I feel like this is the debate we're talking about. You guys haven't seen Tulsi Kamala. Kamala didn't really do bad here. She didn't really, this is the thing. I feel like she wasn't like bad. She was okay. But now, goddamn. Now she's just gone all the way down. No.
In the latest.
No. I said the 8 minutes one now. Where is it?
Senator Harris, you have also been quite critical of Vice President Biden's policies on race, specifically on the issue of busing in the 1970s, having benefited from busing when you were a young child. Vice President Biden says that your current position on busing, you're opposed to federally mandated busing, that position is the same as his position. Is he right?
That is simply false. And let's be very clear about this. When Vice President Biden was in the United States Senate working with segregationists to oppose busing, which was the vehicle by which we would integrate America's public schools, had I been in the United States Senate at that time, I would have been completely on the other side of the aisle. And let's be clear about this. Had those segregationists their way, I would not be a member of the United States Senate. Cory Booker would not be a member of the United States Senate. And Barack Obama would not have been in a position to nominate him to the title he now holds.
This is what I'm saying. She did not do bad. Look, chat, you know me. I'm gonna tell it the way it is. She did not do bad in this debate. She doesn't talk like this now. I don't know. Am I the only one that has noticed? She doesn't talk like this now. Listen to this speech. Well, this is not a speech, this is a debate. Listen to this debate. Look at the way she talks here and compare this to how she talks now.
When you were a young child. Vice President Biden says that your current position on busing, you're opposed to federally mandated busing, that position is the same as his position. Is he right?
That is simply false. And let's be very clear about this. When Vice President Biden was in the United States Senate working with segregationists to oppose busing, which was the vehicle by which we would integrate America's public schools, had I been in the United States Senate at that time, I would have been completely on the other side of the aisle. And let's be clear about this. Had those segregationists their way, I would not be a member of the United States Senate, Cory Booker would not be a member of the United States Senate, and Barack Obama would not have been in the position to nominate him to the title he now holds. And so on that issue, we could not be more apart, which is that the vice president has still failed to acknowledge that it was wrong to take the position that he took at that time. Now, I would like to also talk about this conversation about Eric Garner, because I too met with his mother. And one of the things that we've got to be clear about is that this president of the United States, Donald Trump, while he has been in office, has quietly been allowing the United States Department of Justice to shut down consent decrees, to stop pattern and practice investigations. On that case, we also know that the Civil Rights Division, this is important, the Civil Rights Division of the United States Department of Justice said charges should have been filed, but this United States Department of Justice usurped, and I believe it is because that president did not want those charges to go forward, and they overrode a decision by the Civil Rights Division of the United States Department of Justice. Under my administration, the Civil Rights Division will reign, and there will be independent investigations.
Vice President Biden, I want to give you a chance to respond to what Senator Harris just said.
When Senator Harris was the Attorney General for 8 years,
thank you, Warren to run. Thank you. She doesn't talk like this anymore. I'm not saying but she doesn't talk like this anymore. Now she's rambling and laughing. She just started laughing, guys. She wasn't laughing throughout here. She wasn't laughing, guys. What happened to Kamala, baby?
in the state of California, there were two of the most segregated school districts in the country, in Los Angeles and in San Francisco. And she did not, I didn't see a single solitary time she brought a case against them to desegregate them. Secondly, she also was in a situation where she had a police department when she was there that in fact was abusing people's rights. And the fact was that she, in fact, was told by her own people, that her own staff, that she should do something about and disclose to defense attorneys like me that you, in fact, have been, the police officer did something that did not give you information that would exculpate your client. She didn't do that. She never did it. And so what happened? Along came a federal judge and said, enough, enough, and he freed 1,000 of these people.
We should have known here, right here, Joe wasn't, Joe wasn't really, we should have known.
If you doubt me, Google 1,000 prisoners freed, Kamala Harris.
Thank you, Vice President Biden. And Senator Harris, your response?
This is simply not true. And as Attorney General of California, where I ran the second largest Department of Justice in the United States, second only to the United States Department of Justice, I am proud of the work we did, work that has received national recognition for what has been the important work of reforming a criminal justice system and cleaning up the consequences of the bills that you passed when you were in the United States Senate for decades. It was the work of creating one of the first in the nation initiatives around reentering former offenders and getting them jobs and counseling.
Thank you, Senator.
I did the work as Attorney General of putting body cameras on special agents in the state of California, and I'm proud of that work.
I want to bring in Congresswoman Gabbard. Congresswoman Gabbard, you took issue with Senator Harris confronting Vice President Biden at the last debate. You called it a, quote, false accusation that Joe Biden is a racist. What's your response?
I want to bring the conversation back to the broken criminal justice system that is disproportionately negatively impacting Black and brown people all across this country today. Now, Senator Harris says she's proud of her record as a prosecutor and that she'll be a prosecutor president, but I'm deeply concerned about this record. There are too many examples to cite, but She put over 1,500 people in jail for marijuana violations and then laughed about it when she was asked if she ever smoked marijuana. She blocked evidence. She blocked evidence that would have freed an innocent man from death row until the courts forced her to do so. She kept people in prison beyond their sentences to use them as cheap labor for the state of California. And she fought to keep cash bail system in place that impacts poor people in the worst kind of way.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Senator Harris, your response.
As the elected Attorney General of California, I did the work of significantly reforming the criminal justice system of a state of 40 million people, which became a national model for the work that needs to be done. And I am proud of that work. And I am proud of making a decision to not just give fancy speeches or be in a legislative body and give speeches on the floor, but actually doing the work of being in the position to use the power that I had to reform a system that is badly in need of reform. That is why we created initiatives that were about reentering former offenders and getting them counseling. It is why, and because I know that criminal justice system is so broken, that I am an advocate for what we need to do to not only decriminalize, but legalize marijuana in the United States.
I want to bring Congresswoman Gabbard back in. Your response.
The bottom line is, Senator Harris, when you are in a position to make a difference and an impact in these people's lives, you did not. And worse yet, in the case of those who were on death row, innocent people, you actually blocked evidence from being revealed that would have freed them until you were forced to do so. There is no excuse for that. And the people who
look at her, look at her face. Look at her face. Yeah. Tulsi wasn't lying, you could tell. Tulsi wasn't lying. Look at Kamala's face. She could tell. She knew. Tulsi got her right there.
You did not. And worse yet, in the case of those who were on death row, innocent people, you actually blocked evidence from being revealed that would have freed them until you were forced to do so. There is no excuse for that. And the people who suffered under your reign as prosecutor, you owe them an apology.
Senator Harris.
My entire career, I have been personally opposed to the death penalty, and that has never changed. And I dare anybody who is in a position to make that decision, to face the people I have faced, to say, I will not seek the death penalty. That is my background. That is my work. I am proud of it. I think you can judge people by when they are under fire, and it's not about some fancy opinion on a stage, but when they're in the position to actually make a decision, what do they do? When I was in the position of having to decide whether or not to seek a death penalty on cases I prosecuted, I made a very difficult decision that was not popular to not seek the death penalty. History shows that, and I am proud of those decisions.
Senator Harris, thank you very much. Senator Bennett, a question for you. Why are you the best candidate to heal the racial divide that exists in this country today, which has been stoked by the president's racist rhetoric?
Yeah, first of all, the president's racist rhetoric should be enough grounds for everybody in this country to vote him out of office. That one thing alone should be enough. Second, Don, I want to answer your question by tagging on the conversation we were just having. This is the fourth debate that we have had, and the second time that we have been debating what people did 50 years ago.
Conversation back to the broken criminal
accusation that Joe Biden is a racist. What's your response?
I want to bring the conversation back to the broken criminal justice system that is disproportionately negatively impacting Black and brown people all across this country today. Now, Senator Harris says she's proud of her record as a prosecutor and that she'll be a prosecutor president, but I'm deeply concerned about this record. There are too many examples to cite, but she put over 1,500 people in jail for marijuana violations and then laughed about it when she was asked if she ever smoked marijuana. She blocked evidence. She blocked evidence that would have freed an innocent man from death row until the courts forced her to do so. She kept people in prison beyond their sentences to use them as cheap labor for the state of California. And she fought to keep cash bail system in place that impacts poor people in the worst kind of way.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Senator Harris, your response.
As the elected Attorney General of California, I did the work of significantly reforming the criminal justice system of the
Yeah, Kamala is not. She's definitely not a good debater. Like she's not that person. I'm just being straight with y'all, man. I mean, you see this. Keep watching, guys. She's not. How would she perform with a big dog like Trump? Tulsi ain't Trump. You know Tulsi ain't Trump now.
A state of 40 million people, which became a national model for the work that needs to be done. And I am proud of that work. And I am proud of making a decision to not just give fancy speeches or be in a legislative body and give speeches on the floor, but actually doing the work of being in the position to use the power that I had to reform a system that is badly in need of reform. That is why we created initiatives that were about reentering former offenders and getting them counseling. It is why, and because I know that criminal justice system is so broken, that I am an advocate for what we need to do to not only decriminalize, but legalize marijuana in the United States.
I want to bring Congresswoman Gabbard back in. Your response.
The bottom line is, Senator Harris, when you are in a position to make a difference and an impact in these people's lives, you did not. And worse yet, in the case of those who are on death row, innocent people, you actually blocked evidence from being revealed that would have freed them until you were forced to do so. There is no excuse for that. And the people who suffered under your reign as prosecutor, you owe them an apology.
Senator Harris.
My entire career, I have been personally opposed to the death penalty, and that has never changed. And I dare anybody who is in a position to make that decision, to face the people I have faced, to say, I will not seek the death penalty. That is my background. That is my work. I am proud of it. I think you can judge people by when they are under fire, and it's not about some fancy opinion on a stage, but when they're in the position to actually make a decision, what do they do? When I was in the position of having to decide whether or not to seek a death penalty on cases I prosecuted, I made a very difficult decision that was not popular to not seek the death penalty. History shows that, and I am proud of those decisions.
Senator Harris, thank you very much. Senator Bennett, a question for you. Why are you the best candidate to heal the racial divide that exists in this country today, which has been stoked by the president's racist rhetoric?
Yeah, first of all, the president's racist rhetoric should be enough grounds for everybody in this country to vote him out of office. That one thing alone should be enough. Second, Don, I want to answer your question by tagging on the conversation we were just having. This is the fourth debate that we have had, and the second time that we have been debating what people did 50 years ago with busing, when our schools are as segregated today as they were 50 years ago. We need a conversation about what's happening now. And when there's a group of kids in this country that don't get preschool through no fault of their own, and another group does, equal is not equal. And we've got a group of K-12 schools that are good because families can spend $1 million, and you've got the Detroit public schools that are as segregated as they were. Equal is not equal. And let me tell you something else, Don. I believe you can draw a straight line from slavery through Jim Crow, through the banking and the redlining to the mass incarceration that we were talking about on this stage a few minutes ago. But you know what other line I can draw? 88% of the people in our prisons dropped out of high school. Let's fix our school system, and maybe we could fix the prison pipeline that we have.
Thank you, Senator Bennett.
Why the hell didn't they vote for people like this? Goddamn. Why didn't they vote for people like this? So they had people like this in the Democratic Party? You can never make this up.
You have criticized Hillary Clinton as the, quote, personification of the rot that has sickened the Democratic Party. What is the rot you see in the Democratic Party?
That our Democratic Party, unfortunately, is not the party that is of, by, and for the people. It is a party that has been and continues to be influenced by the foreign policy establishment in Washington, represented by Hillary Clinton and others' foreign policy, by the military-industrial complex and other greedy corporate interests. I'm running for president to be the Democratic nominee that rebuilds our Democratic Party, takes it out of their hands, and truly puts it in the hands of the people of this country, a party that actually hears the voices of Americans who are struggling all across this country, and puts it in the hands of veterans and fellow Americans who are calling for an end to this ongoing Bush, Clinton, Trump foreign policy doctrine of regime change wars, overthrowing dictators in other countries, needlessly sending my brothers and sisters in uniform into harm's way, to fight in wars that actually undermine our national security and have cost us thousands of American lives. These are wars that have cost us as American taxpayers trillions of dollars since 9/11 alone, dollars that have come out of our pockets, out of our hospitals, out of our schools, out of our infrastructure needs. As president, I will end this foreign policy, end these regime change wars, work to end this new Cold War and arms race, and instead invest our hard-earned taxpayer dollars actually into serving the needs of the American people.
Thank you,
right here at home.
Senator Harris, any response?
Oh, sure. I think that it's unfortunate that we have someone on the stage who is attempting to be the Democratic nominee for president of the United States, who during the Obama administration spent 4 years full-time on Fox News criticizing President Obama, who has spent full-time criticizing people on this stage as affiliated with the Democratic Party. When Donald Trump was elected, not even sworn in, buddied up to Steve Bannon to get a meeting with Donald Trump in the Trump Tower, fails to call a war criminal by what he is as a war criminal, and then spends full time during the course of this campaign, again, criticizing the Democratic Party. What we need on the stage in November is
Oh man, Kamala is just so funny. Well, we need on stage in November. Yeah, that's right.
in the November party.
And when she says stuff like that, she nods her head to, boost her confidence.
What we need on the stage in November is someone who has the ability to win. And by that, we need someone on that stage who has the ability to go toe-to-toe with Donald Trump, and someone who has the ability to rebuild the Obama coalition and bring the party and the nation together. I believe I am that candidate.
Thank you, Senator. Congresswoman Gabbard, I'll give you a chance to respond.
What Senator Harris is doing is unfortunately continuing to traffic in lies and smears and innuendos because she cannot challenge the substance of the argument that I'm making, the leadership and the change that I'm seeking to bring in our foreign policy, which only makes me guess that she will, as president, continue the status quo, continue the Bush, Clinton, Trump foreign policy of regime change wars, which is deeply destructive. This is personal to me because I served in Iraq. I left my seat in the state legislature in Hawaii, volunteered to deploy to Iraq, where I served in a medical unit where every single day I saw the terribly high human cost of war. I take very seriously the responsibility that the president has to serve as commander-in-chief, to lead our armed forces, and to make sure always, no, I'm not going to put party interests first. I will put the interests of the American people
Thank you, Congresswoman. I want to briefly give Senator Harris a final second to respond.
I believe that what our nation needs right now is a nominee who can speak to all people. I spent my entire career standing mostly in a courtroom speaking 5 words, Kamala Harris for the people. And it was about all the people, regardless of their race, regardless of their gender, regardless of where they live geographically, regardless of the party with which they're registered to vote or the language their grandmother speaks. We need someone on this debate stage in November who has the ability to unify the country and to win the election. And I believe, again, I am that candidate.
Thank you for watching this video from
she stuck to Kamala Harris for the people. That sort of kind of like, stays on point with what she's always said. What else? She doesn't really have enough videos of her debating anybody. You know what I mean? She doesn't. So, like, if you come here, is this the same?
So that's the case for Kamala. Let's do the
speeches on the floor, but actually doing the work of being in the position to use the power that I have.
Okay.
You have
the campaign announced today it has raised $5.
I think JD Vance had a. JD Vance
mentioned some of what we heard.
All right, so JD Vance was interviewed yesterday by NBC News. That's what JD Vance
heard
this past week, Vice President Kamala Harris, in making her case, said that the tariff plans that Donald Trump is proposing will hurt the middle class. Here's what she said specifically, quote, he intends to enact what in effect is a national sales tax, call it a Trump tax, that would raise prices on middle-class families by almost $4,000 a year. Now, the estimates vary, but how do you respond to that charge that Trump's tariffs would hurt the middle class?
Yeah, so if you step back a little bit, Kristen, there's this whole thing that Kamala Harris did at the convention where she made a bunch of claims about what would happen and not enough actually reflection on what already happened, right? Because Donald Trump was already president. He used tariffs to bring manufacturing jobs back to our country, and I think he'll do it again. And he did it while keeping prices extremely low. Because if you go back to the Trump presidency, we had 12,000 factories that were built during Donald Trump's presidency. Inflation never really ticked above 2% his entire administration. In fact, was sort of around 1.5% most of the time that he was president. So when Kamala Harris says, if we do the thing that Trump already did, it's going to be way worse than it was last time, I just don't think that makes a lot of sense.
Well, let's talk about Trump's record during his first term. He did impose rounds of tariffs, and it cost Americans nearly $80 billion in new taxes. Do you acknowledge that imposing more tariffs will ultimately cost consumers?
Well, what it really does is it penalizes importers from bringing goods outside the country into the country. And I think that's just a necessary thing. We know that China and a number of other countries are using effectively slave labor to undercut the wages of American workers. Donald Trump thinks that has to stop. And again, what Kamala Harris is saying, Kristen, is that if you do this, you're somehow going to cause skyrocketing inflation. In reality, Donald Trump already did it. He brought a lot of jobs back, and it didn't cause inflation.
But it caused consumers to pay more. They paid more in taxes, $80 billion worth. Do you acknowledge that consumers ultimately will pay more if there are more tariffs imposed?
So economists—
Do you just acknowledge that?
No, I don't, Kristen, because I think economists really disagree about the effects of tariffs because there can be a dynamic effect, right? So what some economists will say is what you just said, that it will actually raise costs for consumers. But what other people say, and I think the record supports what this other view, is that it causes this dynamic effect where more jobs come into the country. Anything that you lose on the tariff from the perspective of the consumer, you gain in higher wages. So you're ultimately much better off. You have more take-home pay, you have better jobs, and also we have more reliance. Because one of the things we learned during COVID, I don't, by the way, blame Democrats for this, but one of the things we learned during COVID, Kristen, is that if our supply chains are really brittle, if we depend on the Chinese to make too much of our stuff, then prices can skyrocket at a time of crisis. The economists who say that tariffs are bad, they don't take that into account. And we've all learned it the hard way.
And it is economists across the board, really. I mean, the Wall Street Journal says economic data showed that Donald Trump's trade war with China did not achieve its objectives of reversing the declines in U.S. manufacturing or reshoring factory jobs. I hear what you're saying. It's a complicated picture, but just on that bottom line point, you can't guarantee that Americans won't wind up paying a penny more, can you?
Well, I think that what you can guarantee is that if you don't bring more manufacturing jobs back into this country, you don't make our supply chains more stable, you're going to cause higher prices over the long term. I think that is what is absolutely true.
But you acknowledge they could wind up paying more?
What I acknowledge, Kristen, is that unless we bring more manufacturing jobs back to this country, we are going to end up paying more in the long term. Remember, the whole promise, again, this was a bipartisan thing. My own party was as wrong about it as Democrats were, and Donald Trump was right about it. What they said is that if you shipped all of our manufacturing to East Asia and to Mexico, Americans would pay lower prices. Well, here we are now, and Americans are paying higher prices. And just one more thing on this, Kristen, because it's really important to go at what Kamala Harris actually said in her convention speech. She says that she wants to stand up to China on behalf of American workers. If you're not willing to impose tariffs on companies that are manufacturing in China using slave labor in China, you're not standing up to the Chinese, and Americans are really going to suffer.
And on pricing and prices right now, inflation obviously at its lowest level since 2021. But let's move on. Robert F. Kennedy, the big news yesterday.
Very big news.
He suspended his campaign, announced he's endorsing Donald Trump. He is also known as someone who has blamed vaccines for autism, antidepressants for school shootings, and recently said, quote, he won't take sides on what happened on 9/11. Do you have any hesitation about accepting his endorsement?
No, Kristen, I don't, because we're going to disagree on issues, right? There are things that Robert Kennedy—
See, this is why I like Vance. He's calm. He only talks about the issues. He doesn't beat around the bush. He's very, very articulate. and he knows how to appeal to people. This is the person Trump needs. Anyways, what do you guys think about the RFK endorsement, and what is actually happening with RFK now losing his protection? Now he has to, well, I'm sure he has his own protection too, but he has to be close to the former President Trump. And of course, they're going to be campaigning around the nation together until the debate, and after the debate, I'm sure. Yeah. Anyway, subscribe to the channel, like the live show, and enjoy Vance's interview, because he does interview. We all know Kamala doesn't do interview.
He has said that I disagree with. I'm sure there are things that he said, or that I've said, excuse me, that he's going to disagree with. But I think what his endorsement represents is that Donald J. Trump's Republican Party is a big tent party. I was raised by two grandparents who are sort of classic blue dog Democrats. They believed in having a border. They believed that you shouldn't have censorship in the United States of America. They believed in common sense economic policies. They may have disagreed with Donald Trump about tax policy, but they believed in some fundamental American values. And I think what RFK's endorsement really shows is that the Kennedy Democrats are actually more at home in the Republican Party of Donald Trump. And unfortunately, Kamala Harris's party, higher prices, doing nothing to fight back against the Chinese, to say nothing of a wide open border. That is not JFK's Democratic Party. It's not RFK's Democratic Party. We're thrilled to have the Kennedy Democrats where they belong.
Well, and some in the Kennedy family have stepped forward to say that they sharply disagree with this endorsement. But let's
Yo. Warrior Live says, so what are your policies? Kamala for the people. That's actually Kamala for the people.
just go back very quickly. He says he isn't taking sides on 9/11. Do you agree with that statement?
Well, of course I don't agree with that, Kristen. Now, to be clear, I don't know what RFK actually said there. Maybe there was additional context. Of course, you actually have to see what people say before you agree or disagree with it. I certainly have taken sides in 9/11. I'm the pro-America side. I don't think that we should have been attacked, and I certainly think hitting back against the terrorists was justified. I don't know what RFK said there, but what I do know is that RFK said a lot of very interesting and important things, that the Democratic Party has become too pro-censorship, that the Democratic Party, especially in the wake of COVID, became really anti-freedom and anti-child. I mean, you had Democrats saying that we should be masking toddlers in their schools, even though we knew it caused developmental disabilities. I agree with RFK that that was crazy.
Well, to be fair, there was a lot of information that scientists were grappling with as it came in, and masks were perceived to stop the spread of the disease. Let's move on.
Totally fair.
Yeah.
But the one thing before we move on that I would say on that is there were important leaders. Donald Trump was among them. RFK was among them, who were saying some of this stuff is crazy. And if we had listened to them, I think our kids would have been much better off in the wake of the pandemic.
I mean, scientists did show that masks help to stop the spread of the disease. Let's talk about another big issue.
Disabilities for toddlers, right? We have to be able to balance this stuff. And I think the way that RFK struck that balance was much smarter, unfortunately, than the way that Kamala Harris did.
Let's talk about another big issue. It was talked about at the Democratic National Convention. It's being talked about on the campaign trail. Abortion.
Sure.
Democrats made the case this week and beyond this week that Donald Trump, if elected, will impose a federal ban on abortion if he wins. Now, Donald Trump says he won't. But can you commit, Senator, sitting right here with me today, that if you and Donald Trump are elected, that you will not impose a federal ban on abortion?
I can absolutely commit that, Kristen. And Donald Trump has been as clear about that as possible. I think it's important to step back and say, what has Donald Trump actually said on the abortion question, and how is it different from what Kamala Harris and the Democrats have said? Donald Trump wants to end this culture war over this particular topic. If California wants to have a different abortion policy from Ohio, then Ohio has to respect California and California has to respect Ohio. Donald Trump's view is that we want the individual states and their individual cultures and their unique political sensibilities to make these decisions, because we don't want to have a nonstop federal conflict over this issue. The federal government ought to be focused on getting food prices down and getting housing prices down, issues, of course, where Kamala Harris has been a total disaster. So I think Donald Trump is right. We want the federal government to focus on these big economic and immigration questions. Let the states figure out their own abortion policy.
Let me just follow up with you a little bit on that point, because I've been talking to Republicans, including Senator Lindsey Graham just last week, who've made it very clear that if Donald Trump is elected, if you are elected, they will continue to press this point. Senator Graham said to me, I'm going to keep saying that there should be a federal ban. If such a piece of legislation landed on Donald Trump's desk, would he veto it?
I think it'd be very clear he would not support it. I mean, he
But would
said
he
that
veto
explicitly.
it?
Yeah, I mean, if you're not supporting it as the president of the United States, you
So
fundamentally
he would
have to veto it.
veto a federal abortion ban.
I think he would. He said that explicitly that he would. And
I don't
again,
think
Lindsey,
he's ever said explicitly he would. He said that to you?
Lindsey Graham, Kristen, I would be surprised. I mean, again, I need to see the context on what Lindsey Graham said, because Lindsey Graham himself has not advocated a federal abortion ban. Lindsey Graham has advocated
15-week federal
a federal minimum standard. Now, to be clear, that is not Donald Trump's view. Donald Trump disagrees with Lindsey Graham on this, but no Republican, at least no Republican with any reasonable power, is saying that we should have a complete national abortion ban. I haven't heard that from any of my colleagues. And to be clear, Donald Trump, I think, has staked his position and made it very explicit. He wants this to be a state decision. States are going to make this determination themselves.
All right, let's talk about women voters more broadly. The Census Bureau estimates there are 22 million women between the ages of 20 and...
Why do they only ask questions about women? The only thing CNN asks JD Vance is women this, women that. Like the men are useless. Like the men don't exist. Anything they ask you, they never ask anything about men. What men think, what men should be. No, no, no. Any question they ask is, there are a lot of women, the women are saying, reproductive. Like, come on, man. Y'all don't care about men? You only care about women? Really? She's been asking questions about women all day. Goddamn.
States are going to make this determination themselves.
All right, let's talk about women voters more broadly. The Census Bureau estimates there are 22 million women between the ages of 20 and 40 who, for whatever reason, do not have children. What do you say to those women who hear some of your comments, including the childless cat lady comments, which you've been asked about, but who feel as though you won't represent them?
Well, I'd say, first of all, I will represent you. I want to be the vice president for the whole country, and I want to represent everybody. And yes, I made a sarcastic comment years ago that I think that a lot of Democrats have willfully misinterpreted. But what I've simply said is that I think that it's really a profound change that's happened in our country where we become anti-family, and I would like to change that. And I think if you talk to young women, whether they have children or don't want to have children, what you consistently hear is that a lot of young women feel like they don't have options. I saw this with my own wife, who's a working mother, who's a very, very accomplished litigator. She has 3 beautiful...
Y'all are just going wild in the comments, man. The comments is jumping, bro. Oh my goodness. The comment is jumping. Oh my Lord. Somebody said, wait. Somebody, look, let me just go. Seen no more says RFK about to call Christian up like, what you really want from a nigga, man? And somebody says, bro, I don't know how abortion is such a huge topic, bro. It's not a debate. If you don't want kids, then stop taking. Like, the fuck is wrong with you? It's the facts. Like, if you don't want kids, close your legs. Like my boy said, RBADO. It says, keep your legs closed if you don't want kids. Or, better still, just buy a condom. Can you try condoms? Oh, you don't like condoms?
Kids, and always felt like she was having to balance being a good mom with being the kind of litigator that she wanted to be. I just want women to have more choices. I've seen that very personally in my own family, and I think it's something that is broken about our country.
Let me zoom out a little bit. Then you're calling it a sarcastic comment. Sure. And yet some women, and you got the feedback in real time, felt like it was a gut punch to them personally. Do you regret making that comment?
Look, I regret certainly that a lot of people took it the wrong way, and I certainly regret that the DNC and Kamala Harris lied about it.
But do you regret what you said, Senator?
Look, Kristen, I'm going to say things from time to time that people disagree with. I'm a real person. I'm going to make jokes. I'm going to say things sarcastically, and I think that what's important is that we focus on the policy. There are certainly going to be things that I say. If I'm elected vice president, people are going to say, well, I wish he had said that differently. I think it's most important to actually be the person I actually am and to say, Those sarcastic comments were made in the service of a real substantive point. This country has become too anti-family. It's too expensive to afford a house. It's too expensive to afford groceries. Donald Trump and I want to change that. And unless we get better leadership, we're not going to.
But again, just very quickly, given that people have told you directly, have spoken out, have said that they were offended, they were hurt by those comments, do you wish you never made those childless cat lady comments?
I think that it's much more important for me to
What is she asking people? What is she asking? Who cares? You got a cat. So what? And you're childless. Okay. So you're a childless cat lady. Okay. Okay. If you wanted a child, go have a child. Why are you being offended? People are just being offended by words. Like, he said, I'm a childless cat lady. You are. You don't have a child and you have a cat. So you're a childless cat lady. It's okay. You can call me a married man with a daughter. Yes, that's what I am. Goddamn.
just be a normal human being who sometimes says
So
things
no
that people
regrets.
disagree with. I have a lot of regrets, Kristen, but making a joke 3 years ago is not at the top 10 of the list.
All right, another big topic in this race is immigration. There has been a lot of discussion about Donald Trump's plans for mass deportation.
Yeah.
According to one estimate, more than 11 million U.S. citizens live in households with mixed immigration status, including more than 5 million children. If you and former President Trump were elected, would you separate families as a part of?
Shout out to everybody watching the live show. You know what time it is. T Solar in the building. Griselda, Warrior Life, Bullet 408, P-Man Master, Andrea, that's our moderator, 60 Inverness. Who else? And the childless cat ladies in the comment.
Part of your mass deportation effort?
Well, we have to start with the foundational issue here, which is we have 25 million illegal aliens in this country right now because Kamala Harris has refused to do her job.
I have to, very quickly, DHS says it's much lower. It's closer to 8 million.
I
don't know. Where do you get the 25 million from?
Well, I think the 25 million are the people that should have been deported that maybe weren't deported. Plus, you had another 12 to 15 million that have come in since Kamala Harris. Look,
DHS
whatever the number
disputes
is,
that number for the record. They say it's
fair,
closer to 8 to 10 million.
but I think there are
please
reasons to
continue.
think that DHS is underestimating. Whatever the real number is, it's way too high, right? It's millions upon millions of illegal immigrants that have come in just since Kamala Harris became the border czar a few years ago.
She was put in charge of the root causes of migration.
Well, the root causes of migration, I would say, Kristen, is that Kamala Harris refuses to do her job as border czar. And let's just start there. I want to answer your question, but I think it's important to sort of sequence this in the right way. So if you want to get control of the illegal immigration problem, you have to stop the bleeding. You have to stop so many people from coming here illegally in the first place. And that means undoing everything that Kamala Harris did practically on day one of the administration. You have to reimpose deportations. You have to stop catch and release, stop granting asylum to every single person who comes in here and says that they need asylum, and stop granting mass parole. These policies are why we have the immigration crisis that we have. So I think focus on fixing the problem. Before we even fix the problem, we've got to stop the problem from getting worse.
And as you know, President Biden passed a series of executive actions, and illegal border crossings are now at their lowest levels in about 5 years, so much so that Greg Abbott is no longer busing people to other cities. But let me ask this fundamental question,
please.
Fundamental question. Will families be separated under your mass deportation?
And again, because you made a point here, I do want to answer this question about families and about deportations, but you made this point that border crossings are lower. Border crossings at the southern border are lower because the Harris administration is sending more immigrants through the ports of entry. So instead of coming through the southern border, they're now being flown at taxpayer expense to the ports of entry all over our country. The number of illegal crossings, Kristen, this is a really important point. They're not any lower. They're just shuffling how the people are coming into the country in the first place. And this is very important.
They're
Now,
able to
about
process them more
deportations.
efficiently, but Greg Abbott's not
But
setting
I
them to
don't,
other
Kristen,
states.
I don't
But
want
just-
a border czar
just-
who makes it more efficient for illegal immigrants to come into this
to
country.
this
That's why we
question-
have the problem that we have.
Senator, to this question, because so many people want to know the answer to this. Will families be separated under your mass deportation policy?
I think that families are currently being separated, and you're certainly going to have to deport some people in this country. Now, I think you
So that's
start
a
with
yes?
I think you start with the most violent criminals in our country. Those people need to deported. That's where you focus federal resources. I think you, of course, have a number of children who are currently living with drug cartel members, not actually their families. We need to, of course, find their families and get them back to their families. But it's very interesting here because what Kamala Harris says is that Donald Trump wants to separate families. Kamala Harris's policies have led to thousands upon thousands of migrant children living with sex traffickers and drug cartels.
Well,
that is the consequence of her policies.
But there's not a
Some of them are
policy to
even missing.
separate families. There's not a policy.
Everything that you're saying, I mean, I get it. We don't want to separate families. Just send the whole family back. Or if the whole family is qualified and they came here illegally, then they could, become a resident, then become a citizen. But I don't think it's appropriate to separate mothers from children, fathers from children, spouses and stuff like that. That shouldn't happen. However, it's tricky. It's a tricky situation. And sometimes some people are like hard to find and they find one person, you know what I mean? But but I like this question is about the border. I like this one. But most of the questions has been about women, reproductive rights, and things he said, which doesn't really concern the inflation, the war, things that are actually affecting the American people. And I feel like that's what they've always been doing. They only ask questions that the American people don't want to hear answers to. American people are concerned that their electricity bill is high. American people are concerned that the gas is high, groceries high, rent is high, mortgage high, insurance rate high, insurance fee high, everything high. That's what we're concerned about. Who cares about all of this stuff? I'm not saying it's not important. I'm just saying most people don't really care about stuff like this.
Policy to separate families.
If you
is,
know that your policies will lead to family separation, you don't get to claim. Kristen, this is important.
Wait, hold on.
Kamala Harris
Hold on.
cannot claim that she doesn't know that her policies are leading to family separation. They are, and everybody knows it, and she has to take responsibility for that. That's what real leadership is.
There are some families who have been separated, as you say, some because their parents are criminals. But of course, under the Trump administration, there was a zero tolerance policy, which is an actual policy. But let's move on.
No, please.
Because we're
Can I
running
just
out
make
of
this point,
time.
Kristen, because this is so important.
We are running out of time.
There was a zero. I'll give you more time.
Now that he wants to answer the question, she's saying we're running out of time.
That she doesn't know that her policies are leading to family separation. They are, and everybody knows it, and she has to take responsibility for that. That's what real leadership is.
There are some families who have been separated, as you say, some because their parents are criminals. But of course, under the Trump administration, there was a zero tolerance policy, which is an actual policy. But let's move on.
No, please.
Because we're
Can I
running
just
out
make
of
this point,
time.
Kristen, because this is so important.
We are running out of time.
There was a
Senator.
zero. I'll give you more time. There was a zero tolerance policy during the Trump administration, and that led to less family separation than under Kamala Harris's border policies. That's what's so striking about this. Actually enforcing our border is the most humane thing for children and certainly for American citizens.
But I don't hear you denying that families will be separated. Let's move on to something that Donald Trump said in North Carolina and yet again Friday night. He said, quote, "Our primary focus is not to get out the vote. It's to make sure they don't cheat because we have all the votes you need. You can see it." Why is Donald Trump casting doubt on the election before it's even happened?
I don't think that's what Donald Trump is doing.
Well, that's what he's doing. That's what he says here. We need to make sure they don't cheat.
I think that what he's saying is that we want to pursue a set of policies in the Republican Party that make it easier for every legal ballot to be cast and counted, but make it harder for illegally cast ballots to be counted. Now, we can disagree about how many of those there are, whether there are a few hundred, a few thousand, maybe more, but just in the last week, okay? So just in the last week, once in Arizona and once in Pennsylvania, there were major court wins that make our ballot process more secure and more effective. I think that's what Donald Trump is talking about, is we have to pursue, sometimes through litigation, sometimes through better policy at the state or national level, a set of rules that make sure every ballot is legally counted.
Well, it's very different from your message, which is you said, and I'll quote you back to yourself, we have to work as hard as possible to persuade Americans to vote for us. Are you on the same page as Donald Trump? Because again, he seems to be casting doubt
on
the results of the election before it's even happened.
Of course, we're on the same page, Kristen. We talk all the time, and I guarantee you, if you sat here and said, "Mr. President, Donald Trump, do you believe that we need to do, that your campaign needs to persuade voters as much as possible, of course he's going to say yes. That's not inconsistent with thinking that we need to pursue a set of approaches that make sure legal ballots get counted, illegal ballots don't get counted.
Do you have faith the 2024 election will be free and fair?
I do, Kristen. I do think it's going to be free and fair, and we're going to do everything that we can to make sure that happens. We're going to pursue every pathway to make sure, again, legal ballots get counted. But I feel very good about where we are. I think we're going to win this race, and I think we're going to win it in a very good election.
All right. Senator J.D. Vance,
thanks, Kristen.
Thank you so much for your time this afternoon.
You know what? You can say anything about J.D. Vance. You can say is this, is that, is whatever you say. He answers questions. He's there talking to people, communicating, answering the hard questions. Kamala is running helter skelter, okay? Nowhere to be found.
Well, another issue that Democrats have used to mobilize their voters, abortion. And today, Trump's running mate, Senator J.D. Vance, he discussed the issue of abortion on NBC's Meet the Press and what Trump would do if Congress were to pass a nationwide ban.
Today, a new test for the candidates as an escalation of violence between Israel and Hezbollah in Lebanon threatened to spill over into a wider war. Joining us now, Republican Senator Lindsey Graham. Senator, we have a lot to get to. Thanks for joining us. I want to start with the news overnight that Israel's military said it launched preemptive strikes against the terrorist group Hezbollah in Lebanon. Hezbollah launched strikes back towards Israel. This comes as hostage and ceasefire talks are set to resume in Cairo today. How should the U.S. respond to what's going on in the Middle East? And what is your message to get the ceasefire and hostage release deal across the finish line?
Well, number one, I think we got to remember that October the 7th attack was generated, in my view, to stop normalization between Saudi Arabia and Israel. It's a nightmare for Iran and her proxies, for the Arabs and the Israelis to reconcile and make peace and take the region in a different direction. So as to the hostages, I would hold Iran responsible for their well-being. If I were the state of Israel, I would tell the Ayatollah, if these people do not come home alive, the ones that are left alive, and if we don't get the bodies of the fallen, we're going to blow up your oil refineries. That's the only way you're ever going to get the hostages released, is to put pressure on Iran.
Let's turn to politics. The Democratic Convention generated a lot of energy this week. Millions of viewers tuned in, a bit more than tuned into the Republican Convention. It was disciplined. It was well produced. It conveyed patriotism and unity. The Harris campaign says it's raised an eye-popping $540 million in 35 days. You are as close to Donald Trump as anyone. Is what he saw this week making him and his campaign nervous at all?
Well, I didn't see what you saw. If you're a Republican, you saw a hate fest. You saw a hate fest full of insults. And Donald Trump said to Barack Obama, "You're a nice man," after President Obama, insulted and jabbed President Trump continuously. It was designed to draw him into an exchange of insults. It was light on policy, heavy on insults. So I told President Trump then and now, you're going to win this thing if you focus on policy. Americans are not joyful when they go to the gas station and fill up their car. They're not joyful when they make their mortgage payment. They're not joyful when they go to the grocery store. People are hurting. And this whole joy love fest doesn't exist in the real world. Gas was $1.87 a gallon when President Trump left office. We had the most secure border in the last 40 years. Inflation was down, not up, and the world was not on fire. So 60% of Americans are not joyful. They believe their country is going in the wrong direction. And I think President Trump offers the best solution to change the trajectory of the country. And finally, if you're waiting on Kamala Harris to come up with new policies, you're going to die waiting, because she will continue what they've been doing for the last 4 years. That's why she has no new policies to offer, because they're going to keep doing the same old thing.
There certainly were plenty of attacks against Donald Trump. I'm not suggesting otherwise. Absolutely. Last week, former President Trump tried to respond to some of what was going on at the convention. He called into Fox News and said I'm not really quite sure what his message was in that, but he posted "Where's Hunter" on social media. He went after Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro as an overrated Jewish governor who should be supporting him because of Israel. He attacked Georgia Republican Governor Brian Kemp. He called Vice President Harris lazy. What do you say to the analysis that this really is Donald Trump's race to lose, but sometimes it looks like he's trying to?
Well, I think the point is that he went to the border to talk about a broken border. We've repaired the damage, I think, between Governor Kemp and President Trump. Governor Kemp came out strongly for President Trump in Georgia. He's going to put his ground game behind President Trump and all other Republicans in Georgia. So that's a very underreported story. If we don't win Georgia, I don't see how we get to 270, but I do believe Georgia's ours to lose. When you look at the right track, wrong track number in Georgia, it's really hard for Kamala Harris to tell Georgians that we're on the right track. They don't believe it. So policy's your friend, from my point of view, as how to win this race. Nothing's going to change with Vice President Harris. She's a nice person. Cory Booker is one of my best friends. She is lucky to have Cory to be a surrogate. But the truth of the matter, the policies of the last 4 years have been miserable failures. The world is on fire. Your grocery bill's up, your gas bill is up, your mortgage payments are up, and the worst is yet to come if you reelect these people yet again.
You said last week that, quote, Donald Trump, the provocateur,
For real. The worst is yet to come if y'all re-elect Kamala. For real. Because there's no result. How do you promote someone that has no results? You have nothing to show for your 4 years in office. Now you want to get a promotion?
Showman may not win this election, unquote, urging that he focuses more on policies the way that you are in this interview. Mr. Trump responded to you. Take a listen.
Yeah.
Look, I like Lindsey. I don't care what he says, okay? Lindsey wouldn't have been elected if I didn't endorse him. So, you know, South Carolina, Lindsey's my friend, but if I didn't endorse him, he would have had no chance of getting elected.
I like Lindsey. I don't care what he says, the president says. He doesn't seem receptive to your advice.
Well, I talked to him a couple of days ago. No, all I can say is that President Trump, when he was president of our country, we had the most secure border in 40 years. Gas was at $1.87. Russia wasn't invading Ukraine. The Arabs were making peace with the Israelis. He's got a lot to be proud of. And me and him are good. We're going to be together. I'm going to Georgia with him. We're going to try to have a unity event in Georgia to bring this whole party together. I will be by his side in this election. I am proud of what he did as our president. I look forward to him coming back and taking over the ship of state that is floundering. And the best way to win this race is what I've been saying the whole time. Compare what you did as president to the life we're leaving now and offer people some hope that change is coming. It is not coming with...
Now, did you see what Lindsey did here? That's maturity. Some people would have been like, oh, look at the way he's talking to me. No, because what he's saying doesn't matter. His action is what matters. And look at what he did when he was president from 2016 to 2020. What was the inflation rate like? What was the border like? Did you have to even think about sending money to Ukraine? Nope. Did you have to even think about, oh, Israel is at war? Nope. All of this stuff was no. Nothing of this sort was happening. Everybody was buying affordable gas, affordable groceries. Everybody was chilling. 2016 to 2020, we were good. Mortgage rate was good. So I don't care about his words. I care about his actions.
Re-electing Vice President Harris, making her your president does not change anything in this country. Getting Donald Trump back in office is your best hope if you want things to change.
Let's turn to another important issue in this election, abortion. Former President Trump made some news the other night. He posted on Truth Social, quote, "My administration will be great for women and their reproductive rights," unquote. That's language that obviously sounds kind of the left.
Yeah.
The top editor of the Conservative.
Somebody said, did you forget about COVID, bud? So what should I do with, was COVID his fault? Did he create that? What do you guys have to say about that? I mean, now we don't have COVID. Do we have COVID now? So why the hell do you have all this inflation, all these wars around the world? Okay, COVID caused the war too. Y'all be wild.
Conservative National Review said, quote, Trump's abandonment of pro-lifers is complete, unquote. Family Research Council President Tony Perkins said Trump is going to suppress his own supporters and, quote, my advice is when you're in a hole, stop digging, unquote. What exactly is Donald Trump going to do to, quote unquote, help women's reproductive rights?
Yeah, no, you need to ask him about that. What I would say is that President Trump was a very good pro-life president. His position now, as I understand it, is that he's going to leave the abortion issue to the states. He doesn't believe there's a role for the federal government. My position has always been to be against late-term abortion. It's a state issue up to a point. 47 of 52 European nations limit abortion from 12 to 15 weeks. I have a bill that says that 15.
P-Man, would you like me to play the United Nations speech by Trump? You don't want to see that, because if you do, everything you're saying is just not right. It's fake news. Okay. I could play you the United Nations speech by Trump. It was perfect.
15 weeks, we limit abortion. We keep the exceptions in place because the baby can feel pain. He's not going to win or lose this election based on the abortion issue. His position of allowing the states to do it, I respect that. The pro-life community is organized around the well-being of the child, giving the mother options other than an abortion. That movement will continue after he's gone. But I do believe if you're pro-life, Waltz and Harris and Waltz are a nightmare for you, because they would nationalize abortion and wipe out every protection for the unborn at the state level. They would allow abortion on demand up to the moment of birth. The exceptions they talk about in their bill do away with any limits. And please ask Vice President Harris, if you see her again, at what point would you limit abortion? At what week, if any? And see what she says.
There's a lot that you just said there that I'd love to dive into, but there is something else that's very important. Two pro-Trump organizations are hosting a January 6 awards gala at the Trump National Golf Course in Bedminster, New Jersey, next Tuesday. The event is supposed to pay tribute to all January 6 defendants and raise money for these defendants and, in many cases, convicted criminals who assaulted the Capitol, assaulted law enforcement. Now, the Trump campaign says Donald Trump is not attending, although the organizers say they expect him to attend and that he's on the invitation as an invited guest. Do you think it would be a mistake for him to go? And is it a mistake for this event to be taking place at Bedminster at all?
Well, my view of January 6th, I was actually there, that the people who broke into the Capitol and assaulted police officers should go to jail. They committed a crime. There are people very upset about the outcome of the 2020 election. I get that. But Vice President Harris tried to raise bail money for people who burned Minneapolis. I didn't like that either. So when it comes to the parties condoning violence, I would say we both should knock it off in that regard. But Vice President Harris went on tweeted out, raise money to get these people out of jail who burnt Minneapolis and killed a police officer. So what I would say is that this election is not going to be decided based on the 2020 outcome, but how people are living in 2024. So no, I have no sympathy for those who broke into the Capitol, destroyed the place, and hurt police officers.
So you don't think that Donald Trump should allow this fundraiser at Bedminster?
Well, I'll let him. There are people being held, I think, that have their due process rights violated. Quite frankly, they haven't been brought to trial yet. I don't like that very much. But I'll leave it up to him as to what causes to support. I am supporting him because my country, your country, our country is hurting, and he offers policy changes that we desperately need.
Simple.
Donald Trump.
Simple. We don't need to go back and forth. So somebody was saying United Nation, Donald Trump, United Nation, UN, Trump, because y'all want to talk about things you don't know about right now. This is, which one do you want me to play? I can play all the years. Trump spoke like a G as usual. So I don't know the year you said they were laughing at my boy, but I can play you this. Let me play you this right here.
Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, world leaders, ambassadors, and distinguished delegates. 1 year ago, I stood before you for the first time in this grand hall. I addressed the threats facing our world, and I presented a vision to achieve a brighter future for all of humanity. Today, I stand before the United Nations General Assembly to share the extraordinary progress we've made. In less than 2 years, my administration has accomplished more than almost any administration in the history of our country. America's so true. Didn't expect that reaction, but that's okay. America's economy is booming like never before. Since my election, we've added $10 trillion in wealth. The stock market is at an all-time high in history, and jobless claims are at a 50-year low. African American.
I feel like people that I feel like you guys don't. I feel like you guys don't listen to Trump. You just react to Trump. P-Man Master. P-Man Master. You said it's not true. What was the mortgage rate during Trump's term? For example, what was the mortgage rate in 2019? P-Man Master. P-Man Master, what was the mortgage rate in 2019/2020? P-Man Master, what was the mortgage rate in 2020 or 2019/2020? P-Man Master. Don't run now. Don't run now. No running, P-Man. No running. Get your head back here and answer the question. P-Man Master. What was the mortgage rate in 2020? P-Man Master. What was the mortgage rate in 2020?
American, Hispanic American, and Asian American unemployment have all achieved their lowest levels ever recorded. We've added more than 4 million new jobs, including 500,000 manufacturing jobs. We have passed the biggest tax cuts and reforms in American history. We've started the construction of a major border wall, and we have greatly strengthened border security. We have secured record funding for our military, $700 billion this year and $716 billion next year. Our military will soon be more powerful than it has ever been before. In other words,
Mr. Ashen Fire, it says you're saying tax cuts for the rich. Can you tell me the tax code that he passed for the rich? Mr. Ashen Fire, can you tell me the tax code that he passed solely and only for the rich? Mr. Ashen Fire, can you tell me that this is how, now moving forward, this is how we're going to be doing this show right here. Mr. Ashen Fire, can you tell me the tax code that he passed only for the rich people? No, you can't.
In other words, the United States is stronger, safer, and a richer country than it was when I assumed office less than 2 years ago. We are standing up for America and for the American people. And we are also standing up for the world.
Look at this kid. Look at this kid right here. He says he passed the code in 2017. It's added 8 trillion to the debt. I'll find you the name. All right. We'll be waiting for you.
This is great news for our citizens
All right.
and for peace-loving people
and Job
everywhere.
Acts.
We believe that when nations respect the rights of their neighbors and defend the interests of their people, they can better work together to secure the blessings of safety, prosperity, and peace. Each of us here today is the emissary of a distinct culture, a rich history, and a people bound together by ties of memory, tradition, and the values that make our homelands like nowhere else on earth. That is why America will always choose independence and cooperation over global governance, control, and domination. I honor the right of every nation in this room to pursue its own customs, beliefs, and traditions. The United States will not tell you how to live or work or worship. We only ask that you honor our sovereignty in return. From Warsaw to Brussels to Tokyo to Singapore.
Okay. What's your name? Let me go on my Mr. Ashen Fire. Mr. Ashen Fire. This is you right here, right? You said that it's called the tax. Let's go check it. Tax Cut and Job Act of 2017. This is it. Ladies and gentlemen, can we read? I know y'all can read now. Let's read together. It says, what are the effect of the Tax Cut and Jobs Act? It says, lower individual tax rates, a lower corporate tax rate, expensing of capital investment, and other reductions in business tax rate. Increase the after-tax return to savings, encouraging households to save, and reducing the cost of investment for firms. Mr. Ashen Fire, did you get that?
It has been my highest honor to represent the United States abroad. I have forged close relationships and friendships and strong partnerships with the leaders of many nations in this room.
P-Man says that wasn't good for the people. Let's read it again, chat. Let's read it again because some people can't really see. Read after me, chat. What are the effects of Tax Cuts and Jobs Act? It says here, lower individuals like me, you, P-Man, you, Mr. Ashen Fire, lower individual tax rates. Okay. A lower corporate tax rate. Okay. Like people that have LLCs, most of us have LLCs. All right. Expensing of capital investment and other reductions in business tax rates. Increase the after-tax return to savings, encouraging people like me and you, Mr. Ashen Fire, P-Man Master, our household to be able to save and reducing the cost of investment for firms. Do you want us to read it again, or you still want to say it's a lie? He's lying.
And our approach has always yielded incredible change.
This person says LLCs are not the same as corporations. Oh, Lord Jesus. So if you have an LLC, right, could you actually file taxes as an S Corp or a C Corp? High Desert Adventures. If you have an LLC, right, can you file as an S Corp or a C Corp? Because you're saying it's not the same as a corporation. This is the thing. These are the people we're having a conversation with.
With support from many countries here today, we have engaged with North Korea to replace the specter of conflict with a bold and new push for peace. In June, I traveled to Singapore to meet
P-Man. So you are lying, right? P-Man. So we just read the tax cut, and now you're lying in the chat. Goddamn.
face to face with North Korea's leader, Chairman Kim Jong-un. We had highly productive conversations and meetings, and we agreed that it was in both countries' interest to pursue the denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula.
Are you guys listening to the person that you're saying is going to be a warmonger? Listen to what he's saying. This is a leader right here. I'm not even a Republican, but this is a leader.
Replace the specter of conflict with a bold and new push for peace. In June, I traveled to Singapore to meet face to face with North Korea's leader, Chairman Kim Jong-un. We had highly productive conversations and meetings, and we agreed that it was in both countries' interest to pursue the denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. Since that meeting, we have already seen a number of encouraging measures that few could have imagined only a short time ago. The missiles and rockets are no longer flying in every direction. Nuclear testing has stopped. Some military facilities are already being dismantled. Our hostages have been released, and as promised, the remains of our fallen heroes are being returned home to lay at rest in American soil. I would like to thank Chairman Kim for his courage and for the steps he has taken, though much work remains to be done. The sanctions will stay in place until denuclearization occurs. I also want to thank the many member states who helped us reach this moment, a moment that is actually far greater than people would understand, far greater. But for also their support and the critical support that we will all need going forward. Special thanks to President Moon of South Korea, Prime Minister Abe of Japan, and President Xi of China. In the Middle East, our new approach is also yielding great strides and very historic change. Following my trip to Saudi Arabia last year, the Gulf countries opened a new center to target terrorist financing. They are enforcing new sanctions, working with us to identify and track terrorist networks, and taking more responsibility for fighting terrorism and extremism in their own region. The UAE, Saudi Arabia, and Qatar have pledged billions of dollars to aid the people of Syria and Yemen, and they are pursuing multiple avenues to ending Yemen's horrible, horrific civil war. Ultimately, it is up to the...
Thank you guys for watching the live show. You know what time it is. Operation 8. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. All right. Subscribe to the channel. Like the live show. We are just saying the facts, okay? Anything you want to argue about, put it in the chat. We're going to fact check, okay? And you would realize that it's a lie. We don't just listen to the news. We actually fact check, okay? Thank you for watching.
The nations of the region to decide what kind of future they want for themselves and their children. For that reason, the United States is working with the Gulf Cooperation Council, Jordan, and Egypt to establish a regional strategic alliance so that Middle Eastern nations...
So this is the thing I don't get about like the Democrats, okay, the Democrats. This is the thing I don't get about you. Kamala comes on stage, she reads a teleprompter, she speaks, and you would never say she's lying. Oh no, she's lying. But Trump comes on stage and he says the facts, and yet you say he's lying. How is that even possible? Kamala would come on stage and say Trump wants to cut Social Security. And you guys are going to say, yes, when you know it's a lie. This man has never cut down Social Security ever. And you guys wouldn't say, you know what? She's capping. But when he comes on stage, because this is the thing I've told y'all so many times. The reason you don't like Trump is because he's wealthy. Just say it. Just say it. I don't like Trump because he's wealthy. Just say it, and we're going to be on the same, everybody's going to understand. Okay, I get it. You know what it is. I get it. But don't be saying he's lying. Don't be saying he's lying.
Nations can advance prosperity, stability, and security across their home region. Thanks to the United States military and our partnership with many of your nations, I am pleased to report that the bloodthirsty killers known as ISIS have been driven out from the territory they once held in Iraq and Syria. We will continue to work with friends and allies to deny radical Islamic terrorists any funding, territory, or support, or any means of infiltrating our borders. The ongoing tragedy in Syria is heartbreaking. Our shared goals must be the de-escalation of military conflict, along with a political solution that honors the will of the Syrian people. In this vein, we urge the United Nations-led peace process be reinvigorated. But rest assured, the United States will respond if chemical weapons are deployed by the Assad regime.
When did you say they were laughing, P-Man? You said they were laughing, right? I'm still trying to find the laugh. You said they were laughing at him. They were laughing at the world. They were laughing at the United States. Where, bro? Where? All I see is people listening like their lives depend on it.
I commend the people of Jordan and other neighboring countries for hosting refugees from this very brutal civil war. As we see in Jordan, the most compassionate policy is to place refugees as close to their homes as possible, to ease their eventual return to be part of the rebuilding process. This approach also stretches finite resources to help far more people, increasing the impact of every dollar spent. Every solution to the humanitarian crisis in Syria must also include a strategy to address the brutal regime that has fueled and financed it, the corrupt dictatorship in Iran. Iran's leaders sow chaos, death, and destruction. They do not respect their neighbors or borders or the sovereign rights of nations. Instead, Iran's leaders plunder the nation's resources to enrich themselves and to spread mayhem across the Middle East and far beyond. The Iranian people are rightly outraged that their leaders have embezzled billions of dollars from Iran.
He's talking to the Iranians, and their leader, representative or representation, is sitting right there.
Iran's treasury seized valuable portions of the economy and looted the people's religious endowments, all to line their own pockets and send their proxies to wage war. Not good. Iran's neighbors have.
This is why I respect Trump. Nobody wanted smoke. Nobody wanted smoke with Trump because you just know. Nobody wanted smoke with Trump. That is why I like his policies. Peace through strength. It's not here to cater to you. Like, no, it's like, this is what is going to happen. If you don't like it, then you want smoke. But nobody wanted smoke with Trump. But now, nobody even, like, everybody wants smoke with it. Everybody wants smoke now. Everybody's looking for smoke.
Paid a heavy toll for the region's agenda of aggression and expansion. That is why so many countries in the Middle East strongly supported my decision to withdraw the United States from the horrible 2015 Iran nuclear deal and reimpose nuclear sanctions. The Iran deal was a windfall for Iran's leaders. In the years since the deal was reached, Iran's military budget grew nearly 40%. The dictatorship used the funds to build nuclear-capable missiles, increase internal repression, finance terrorism, and fund havoc and slaughter in Syria and Yemen. The United States has launched a campaign of economic pressure to deny the regime the funds it needs to advance its bloody agenda. Last month, we began reimposing hard-hitting nuclear sanctions that have been lifted under the Iran deal. Additional sanctions will resume November 5th, and more will follow. And we are working with countries that import Iranian crude oil to cut their purchases substantially. We cannot allow the world's leading sponsor of terrorism to possess the planet's most dangerous weapons. We cannot allow a regime that chants death to America and that threatens Israel with annihilation to possess the means to deliver a nuclear warhead to any city on earth. Just can't do it. We ask all nations to isolate Iran's regime as long as its aggression continues.
Do you understand what is going on here at the United Nations Summit? Do you see what's going on here? He's talking that the world should isolate Iran, and the Iranians' representation is right there in the goddamn room. What? But your current president gave Iran, how much did he give Iran again? Can anybody put it in the chat? How much did Joe Biden give Iran? How much did Joe Biden give Iran? I think it was what, $6 billion or $4 billion when Trump was isolating them.
And we ask all nations to support Iran's people as they struggle to reclaim their religious and righteous destiny. This year, we also took another significant step forward in the Middle East in recognition of every sovereign state to determine its own capital. I moved the U.S. Embassy in Israel to Jerusalem. The United States is committed to a future of peace and stability in the region, including peace between the Israelis and the Palestinians. That aim is advanced, not harmed, by acknowledging the obvious facts. America's policy of principled realism means we will not be held hostage to old dogmas, discredited ideologies, and so-called experts who have been proven wrong over the years, time and time again. This is true not only in matters of peace, but in matters of prosperity. We believe that trade must be fair and reciprocal. The United States will not be taken advantage of any longer. For decades, the United States opened its economy, the largest by far on earth, with few conditions. We allowed foreign goods from all over the world to flow freely across our borders. Yet, other countries did not grant us fair and reciprocal access to their markets in return. Even worse, some countries abused their openness to dump their products, subsidize their goods, target our industries, and manipulate their currencies to gain unfair advantage over our country. As a result, our trade deficit ballooned to nearly $800 billion a year. For this reason, we are systematically renegotiating broken and bad trade deals. Last month, we announced a groundbreaking U.S.-Mexico trade agreement. And just yesterday, I stood with President Moon to announce the successful completion of the brand new U.S.-Korea trade deal. And this is just the beginning. Many nations in this hall will agree that the world trading system is in dire need of change. For example, countries were admitted to the World Trade Organization that violate every single principle on which the organization is based. While the United States and many other nations play by the rules, these countries use government-run industrial planning and state-owned enterprises to rig the system in their favor. They engage in relentless product dumping, forced technology transfer, and the theft of intellectual property. The United States lost over 3 million manufacturing jobs, nearly a quarter of all steel jobs, and 60,000 factories after China joined the WTO. And we have racked up $13 trillion in trade deficits over the last 2 decades. But those days are over. We will no longer tolerate such abuse. We will not allow our workers to be victimized, our companies to be cheated, and our wealth to be plundered and transferred. America will never apologize for protecting its citizens. The United States has just announced tariffs on another $200 billion in Chinese-made goods, for a total so far of $250 billion. I have great respect and affection for my friend, President Xi, but I have made clear our trade imbalance is just not acceptable. China's market distortions and the way they deal cannot be tolerated. As my administration has demonstrated, America will always act in our national interests. I spoke before this body last year and warned that the UN Human Rights Council had become a grave embarrassment to this institution, shielding egregious human rights abusers while bashing America and its many friends. Our ambassador to the United Nations, Nikki Haley, laid out a clear agenda for reform, but despite reported and repeated warnings, no action at all was taken. So the United States took the only responsible course. We withdrew from the Human Rights Council and we will not return until real reform is enacted. For similar reasons, the United States will provide no support in recognition.
Even Nikki was saying, that's my president right there. Thank you so much for watching the live show. You know what time it is. Shout out to Ellie. Shout out to Patricia, Zachary, Truth is Stranger, Hayes, ES. You know what time it is. Subscribe to the channel. Like the live show. Let's get it.
Recognition to the International Criminal Court. As far as America is concerned, the ICC has no jurisdiction, no legitimacy, and no authority. The ICC claims near universal jurisdiction over the citizens of every country, violating all principles of justice, fairness, and due process. We will never surrender America's sovereignty to an unelected, unaccountable global bureaucracy. America is governed by Americans. We reject the ideology of globalism, and we embrace the doctrine of patriotism. Around the world, responsible nations must defend against threats to sovereignty, not just from global governments, but also from other new forms of coercion and domination. In America, we believe strongly in energy security for ourselves and for our allies. We have become the largest energy producer anywhere.
Shout out to Shane Baker. Shane says, you guys see the interview Kamala did today? Nope. She did not do any interviews today, Shane. She did not.
On the face of the earth, the United States stands ready to export our abundant, affordable supply of oil, clean coal, and natural gas.
Hell yeah, Shane. Shane, goddamn, Shane. Whew.
OPEC and OPEC nations are, as usual, ripping off the rest of the world. And I don't like it. Nobody should like it. We defend many of these nations for nothing, and then they take advantage of us by giving us high oil prices. Not good. We want them to stop raising prices. We want them to start lowering prices, and they must contribute substantially to military protection from now on. We are not going to put up with it, these horrible prices, much longer. Reliance on a single foreign supplier can leave a nation vulnerable to extortion and intimidation. That is why we congratulate European states such as Poland for leading the construction of a Baltic pipeline so that nations are not dependent on Russia to meet their energy needs.
Yet they're going to say he was enabling Putin. But here is saying that it's good that these countries surrounding Russia are not depending on Russia's energy. Nobody's going to listen to that.
Germany will become totally dependent on Russian energy if it does not immediately change course. Here in the Western Hemisphere, we are committed.
And remember, he said this. This is like 5 or 6 years ago. Guess what? Germany is now totally dependent on Russia now. Even if Trump warned Germany about it.
To maintaining our independence from the encroachment of expansionist foreign powers. It has been the formal policy of our country.
Look at him, smiling. Look at them, smiling. Now they all of them right here. They're now Putin's pet.
since President Monroe that we reject the interference of foreign nations in this hemisphere and in our own affairs. The United States has recently strengthened our laws to better screen foreign investments in our country for national security threats. And we welcome cooperation with countries in this region and around the world that wish to do the same. You need to do it for your own protection. The United States is also working with partners in Latin America to confront threats to sovereignty from uncontrolled migration. Tolerance for human struggling and human smuggling and trafficking is not humane. It's a horrible thing that's going on at levels that nobody has ever seen before. It's very, very cruel. Illegal immigration funds criminal networks, ruthless gangs, and the flow of deadly drugs. Illegal immigration exploits vulnerable populations, hurts hardworking citizens, and has produced a vicious cycle of crime, violence, and poverty. Only by upholding national borders, destroying criminal gangs, can we break this cycle and establish a real foundation for prosperity. We recognize the right of every nation in this room to set its own immigration policy in accordance with its national interests, just as we ask other countries to respect our own right to do the same, which we are doing. That is one reason the United States will not participate in the
GTJ FUD K some. Yes, you are partially right, but before then, this is for you, GT. Before then, this is what happened. Before then, this is it right here. Before then, look. This is your answer right here. It says, where does Germany get most of its oil? It says Russia. About 98% of oil consumed in Germany is imported. Okay? So now, when the war started, Putin in Ukraine, Germany cut off the tons that they were, taken from Russia. But before the war, they were taking 98% of their oil from Russia. So get your fact right, Brody. That's why I gotta always check y'all, man. When y'all be coming up here trying to say stuff. There you go. That's your answer right here, bro.
The new global compact on migration. Migration should not be governed by an international body unaccountable to our own citizens. Ultimately, the only long-term solution to the migration crisis is to help people build more hopeful futures in their home countries, make their countries great again. Currently, we are witnessing a human tragedy, as an example, in Venezuela. More than 2 million people have fled the anguish inflicted by the socialist Maduro regime and its Cuban sponsors. Not long ago, Venezuela was one of the richest countries on earth. Today, socialism has bankrupted the oil-rich nation and driven its people into abject poverty. Virtually everywhere socialism or communism has been tried, it has produced suffering, corruption, and decay. Socialism's thirst for power leads to expansion, incursion, and oppression. All nations of the world should resist socialism and the misery that it brings to everyone. In that spirit, We ask the nations gathered here to join us in calling for the restoration of democracy in Venezuela. Today, we are announcing additional sanctions against the repressive regime, targeting Maduro's inner circle and close advisors. We are grateful for all of the work the United Nations does.
P Man Master, do you say help make housing more affordable for the average American? How? You mean like the $25,000 that Kamala proposed for first-time home buyers? Is that what you mean?
Around the world to help people build better lives for themselves and their families. The United States is the world's largest giver in the world by far of foreign aid, but few give anything to us. That is why we are taking a hard look at U.S. foreign assistance that will be headed up by Secretary of State Mike Pompeo.
Mike Pompeo.
We will examine what is working, what is not working, and whether the countries who receive our dollars and our protection also have our interests at heart. Moving forward, we are only going to give foreign aid to those who respect us and, frankly, are our friends. And we expect other countries to pay their fair share for the cost of their defense. The United States is committed to making the United Nations more effective and accountable. I have said many times that the United Nations has unlimited potential.
P-Man, bro. So you're telling me that the $25,000 that she's giving to first-time home buyers is not a problem? That is a problem, bro. That is only going to drive inflation high. Also, it's going to drive the cost of the house high because people are just going to put the $25,000 on the house. So if the house was $200,000, for example, it's now going to be $225,000.
As part of our reform effort, I have told our negotiators.
And guess what? Guess what? Guess what? Guess what? Now she's going to put that on your taxes. Your taxes are going to go up. The gas prices that you think you think the gas prices is like high right now? You're going to know what the gas prices is very soon. The grocery prices you think is high, it's not even high right now. When she does give the $25,000 to first-time home buyers, you better get ready for capital inflation, okay?
Negotiators that the United States will not pay more than 25% of the UN peacekeeping budget. This will encourage other countries to step up, get involved.
Truth teller, you're right. You're absolutely right. The banks will win when they all default because the bank is just going to get the house and sell it to the corporations. And guess who runs the corporations? Same bankers. And hedge funds, the BlackRocks and the huge ones like that.
And also share in this very large burden. And we are working to shift more of our funding from assessed contributions to voluntary so that we can target American resources to the programs with the best record of success. Only when each of us does our part and contributes our share can we realize the UN's highest aspirations. We must pursue peace without fear, hope without despair, and security without apology. Looking around this hall, where so much history has transpired, we think of the many before us who have come here to address the challenges of their nations and of their times. And our thoughts turn to the same question that ran through all their speeches and resolutions, through every word and every hope. It is the question of what kind of world will we leave for our children, and what kind of nations they will inherit. The dreams that fill this hall today are as diverse as the people who have stood at this podium, and as varied as the countries represented right here in this body are. It really is something. It really is great, great history. There is India, a free society, over 1 billion people, successfully lifting countless millions out of poverty and into the middle class. There is Saudi Arabia, where King Salman and the Crown Prince are pursuing bold new reforms. There is Israel, proudly celebrating its 70th anniversary as a thriving democracy in the Holy Land. In Poland, the great people are standing up for their independence, their security, and their sovereignty. Many countries are pursuing their own unique visions, building their own hopeful futures, and chasing their own wonderful dreams of destiny, of legacy, and of a home. The whole world is richer. Humanity is better because of this beautiful constellation of nations, each very special, each very unique, and each shining brightly in its part of the world. In each one, we see awesome promise of a people bound together by a shared past and working toward a common future. As for Americans, we know what kind of future we want for ourselves. We know what kind of a nation America must always be. In America, we believe in the majesty of freedom and the dignity of the individual. We believe in self-government and the rule of law, and we prize the culture that sustains our liberty, a culture built on strong families.
P-Man, what are you saying? So P-Man, if the economy is doing well, you don't get paid more. But if the economy is doing bad, you still don't get paid more, right? So you get paid the same both ways. But guess what? If the economy is bad, which is inflation going wild, with your same pay, you have high gas prices. You drive a car, correct? You have high grocery prices. You eat, correct? If you're trying to buy a house, your mortgage rate is high as hell. But if the economy is doing great, and you still get paid the same, but the food is much more affordable, the gas prices are low, mortgage rates low. Do you understand that logic, bro? Wouldn't you do better in that kind of economy?
Deep faith and fierce independence. We celebrate our heroes. We treasure our traditions. And above all, we love our country. Inside everyone in this great chamber today, and everyone listening all around the globe, there is the heart of a patriot that feels the same powerful love for your nation, the same intense loyalty to your homeland. The passion that burns in the hearts of patriots and the souls of nations has inspired reform and revolution, sacrifice and selflessness, scientific breakthroughs, and magnificent works of art. Our task is not to erase it, but to embrace it, to build with it, to draw on its ancient wisdom, and to find within it the will to make our nations greater, our region safer, and the world better. to unleash this incredible potential in our people. We must defend the foundations that make it all possible. Sovereign and
This is the thing with people. Andrea wasn't even wasting time. I was about to address that. This is the people with. This is why I don't get the Democrats. You say he's racist. He's a racist. He's a racist. This is why we do this. Okay, we're here to learn from each other. This is why we do this live streams. I'm not here saying I'm better than anyone, and I don't think anyone in the chat is saying they're better than I. And nobody's better than anybody in the chat. Okay, we're just learning from each other. Okay, Democrat, Republican, Independent. All right, let's see. They're saying he's gonna make. Where's Michaela? You say he's gonna make America racist, right?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage founder of Conserve the Culture, Michaela.
I walked into, I don't know what the hell restaurant it was. Hey, Michaela, I know you spoke. Just come up for a second. Come on. This young woman, I walked into, I don't know what the hell restaurant it was, but
Santana, bro, it's a speech. It was a well-written speech formulated by professionals in Hollywood. Do you know, haven't you seen movies that you cry? Didn't you cry when you watched the Titanic, Avatar? Like, there's so many movies that you watch and you start crying. You say, oh no, he died. Because it's a movie. The best writers are writing these speeches, bro. And you're here saying she has extensive background on what? Well, this is your answer to the racist comments that you put in the chat. Here we go.
I walked into this restaurant, and we do it very quietly. We don't announce it. That's for, security reasons, everything. I walked in. She's behind the counter, and she didn't know I was coming. And she goes, it's President Trump. She looks at me. It's President Trump. You saved my college. And I said, how the hell do you know that? She said, this one is so smart, so sharp. She grabbed me. She gave me a kiss. I said, I think I'm never going back home to the First Lady.
You were supposed to keep that quiet.
See, now, for the average politician, that's death. For me, I don't care. I just want to tell you, you are an unbelievable person with a great personality. You lit up the whole room. You lit up the whole room. I said,
does this sound racist to you, people? Is this man racist to you? Santana? Maybe you haven't seen this, have you?
Weeks later, I'd go, who is that person that was so incredible? She knew everything about me. She had no idea I was coming. She knew everything about me. And the historically black colleges and universities, I gave millions and millions, billions of dollars to. They kept coming back, and I said, why are you doing this? And we gave them long-term funding.
Yo, the Democrats would see facts. They'll say, nope, I don't believe that. Like, it's right in front of you, but then you would say no to what's right in front of you.
And she knew that because she said her college, she loved her college. She said it was so great, right? You loved it.
The illustrious CAU.
Yeah, that's right. She loved her college, and she said, you saved my college. What was your college? Tell them.
The illustrious Clark Atlanta University.
Let me tell you something. You guys who don't know, if you actually are a racist, you would not be able to stand beside the other person, not to even give them a hug and a kiss on the cheek. That ain't right. You've never actually met a racist. A racist would never hug you, bro. A racist would never stand on the same stage or even be in the same space with you. They would not eat in the same restaurant with you. Stop capping, man.
And it was so impressive, and I felt so good because she really did. She really said, I said, did you like the college? She said, no, I loved that school. I loved that college. And that's what it's all about. But you are an incredible person. I think you have a tremendous future.
Okay, now Mr. Ashen Fire says he tolerates her because she's a pretty woman, and that's it. So now you've moved from his. Oh my God!
I really do, and I'll do whatever I can to help you. Okay? Thank you, Dad. Thank you very much for that. Great show. You want to say something else?
Man, you know, I thought I was done. But I do want to add on to some of the remarks that were made by others, and we do need to do our best to get the message out there. The fight is nothing if all we do is talk about it amongst ourselves. So with that being said, since you said you'd help me, shameless plug, if y'all need anybody to knock doors, make phone calls, wave signs, get people out to the polls, call me at Conserve the Culture. Because not only do I mobilize the HBCU students so that they may get this message, but I'm the best person when it comes to Black engagement in the Black community. And nobody needs this message more than my folks. So do y'all care for real? Are y'all with us for real? Conserve.
She's way more. First of all, she's way more articulate, in my opinion, than Kamala, bro. Have you seen her interviews? We played some of her interviews yesterday. She is very relatable with people. Like she's like she should have been the Democratic nominee for presidential seat, bro. She's like she's wild. Like she's absolutely great.
ConserveTheCulture.com for any and all inquiries. Y'all can follow me at Miss Kayla, baby. I'm going to give it back to Big T. And last thing, make sure you guys tune in to my podcast dropping soon on the Patriots Prayer Network. Thank you all.
That's a beautiful brown lady that knows the facts. Okay. Knows the facts. Oh, we're watching right now. We're watching. Wait. Where you at? Where you at?
As part of our reform effort, I have told our negotiators that the United States will not pay more than 25% of the UN peacekeeping budget. This will encourage other countries to step up, get involved, and also share in
the numbers don't lie, people. Numbers don't lie. We have 2,421 votes today, and we've been having thousands and thousands of votes since we started streaming on this issue. All right. Kamala has 28% of that number, and Trump has 72%. Okay. And every poll that I've seen, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, X, TikTok, everybody that I've seen, like huge influencers, everybody has Trump leading by a lot. The only time Kamala is leading is on mainstream media.
This very large burden. And we are working to shift more of our funding from assessed contributions to voluntary.
Cindy Prime says your poll is nothing. So you mean to tell me that because 76% of people that watch the live stream are Americans. I've checked my stats. 76% of the people that watch my live stream are Americans, and they're between, like, I think 25 to 40, some like that. And those are voting age. So you mean to tell me out of 2,435 people that voted wants Trump to win, if he wins by this margin, he already won the election?
so that we can target American resources to the programs with the best record of success. Only when each of us does our part and contributes our share can we realize the UN's highest aspirations. We must pursue peace without fear, hope without despair, and security without apology. Looking around this hall, where so much history has transpired, we think of the many before us who have come here to address the challenges of their nations and of their times. And our thoughts turn to the same question that ran through all their speeches and resolutions, through every word and every hope. It is the question of what kind of world will we leave for our children, and what kind of nations they will inherit. The dreams that fill this hall today are as diverse as the people who have stood at this podium, and as varied as the countries represented right here in this body are. It really is something. It really is great, great history. There is India, a free society, over 1 billion people, successfully lifting countless millions out of poverty and into the middle class. There is Saudi Arabia, where King Salman and the Crown Prince are pursuing bold new reforms. There is Israel, proudly celebrating its 70th anniversary as a thriving democracy in the Holy Land. In Poland, the great people are standing up for their independence, their security, and their sovereignty. Many countries are pursuing their own unique visions, building their own hopeful futures, and chasing their own wonderful dreams of destiny, of legacy, and of a home. The whole world is richer. Humanity is better because of this beautiful constellation of nations, each very special, each very unique, and each shining brightly in its part of the world. In each one, we see awesome promise of a people bound together by a shared past and working toward a common future. As for Americans, we know what kind of future we want for ourselves. We know what kind of a nation America must always be. In America, we believe in the majesty of freedom and the dignity of the individual. We believe in self-government and the rule of law. And we prize the culture that sustains our liberty, a culture built on strong families, deep faith, and fierce independence. We celebrate our heroes. We treasure our traditions. And above all, we love our country. Inside everyone in this great chamber today, and everyone listening all around the globe, there is the heart of a patriot that feels the same powerful love for your nation, the same intense loyalty to your homeland. The passion that burns in the hearts of patriots and the souls of nations has inspired reform and revolution, sacrifice and selflessness.
Thank you, Cindy Lopez. Thank you so much for watching the live show. Subscribe to the channel, like the live show. Cindy says he is not racist. I met him years ago with a friend in Vegas.
Scientific breakthroughs and magnificent works of art. Our task is not to erase it, but to embrace it, to build with it, to draw on its ancient wisdom, and to find within it the will to make our nations greater, our region safer, and the world better, to unleash this incredible potential in our people. We must defend the foundations that make it all possible. Sovereign and independent nations are the only vehicle where freedom has ever survived, democracy has ever endured, where peace has ever prospered. And so we must protect our sovereignty and our cherished independence above all. When we do, we will find new avenues for cooperation unfolding before us. We will find new passion for peacemaking rising within us. We will find new purpose, new resolve, and new spirit flourishing all around us and making this a more beautiful world in which to live. So together, let us choose a future of patriotism, prosperity, and pride. Let us choose peace and freedom over domination and defeat. And let us come here to this place to stand for our people and their nations, forever strong, forever sovereign, forever just, and forever thankful for the grace and the goodness and the glory of God.
Can you hear what he's talking about? Wait. Are you guys actually listening to this man? Santana says empty.
Thank you, God bless you, and God bless the nations of the world. Thank you very much. Thank you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the United States of America for the statement just made.
I thought y'all said they were laughing at him. Okay, for the people crying at the back. DNC. Let's go see. Who do y'all want to watch? Obama or... I want to watch Obama or what, Michelle? Who y'all want to watch? Put Kamala on. It's hard to watch, but we're going to put it on. Kamala. Kamala, comrade Kamala. All right, here we go.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Good evening. Oh my goodness. Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Good evening. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Good evening. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you all. Okay, we gotta get to some business. We gotta get to some business. Okay, thank you all. Okay. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, please, thank you, please, thank you so very much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Okay, let's get to business. Let's get to business. All right. So let me start by thanking my most incredible husband, Doug, for being an incredible partner to me, an incredible father to Cole and Ella, and happy anniversary, Dougie. I love you so very much. To our President Joe Biden, when I think about the path that we have traveled together, Joe, I am filled with gratitude.
You guys heard what she just said, right? You guys heard what she just said. She said to our incredible president, I am truly honored for the path that we've traveled together. So just wanted to put that out there. They've traveled this path to high inflation, border crisis, sending munitions, billions of munitions to Ukraine. They traveled the path together.
Your record is extraordinary, as history will show, and your character is inspiring. And Doug and I love you and Jill and are forever thankful to you both. And to Coach Tim Walz, you are going to be an incredible vice president. And to the delegates and everyone who has put your faith in our campaign, your support is humbling. So, America, the path that led me here in recent weeks was no doubt unexpected. But I'm no stranger to unlikely journeys. So, my mother, our mother, Kamala Harris, had one of her own. And I miss her every day, and especially right now. And I know she's looking down, smiling. I know that. So my mother was 19 when she crossed the world alone, traveling from...
Cindy Lopez, I pray for you, man. God is going to send help your way. Cindy says, I am holding on. I own my home. Water heater leaked out cost me $800 with insurance. It was my food and savings money. But Kamala is really proud of what's going on.
From India to California with an unshakable dream to be the scientist who would cure breast cancer. When she finished school, she was supposed to return home to a traditional arranged marriage. But as fate would have it, she met my father, Donald Harris, a student from Jamaica. They fell in love and got married, and that act of self-determination made my sister Maya and me. Growing up, we moved a lot. I will always remember that big Mayflower truck packed with all our belongings, ready to go to Illinois, to Wisconsin, and wherever our parents' jobs took us. My early memories of our parents together are very joyful ones. A home filled with laughter and music, Aretha, Coltrane, and Miles. At the park, my mother would say, stay close. But my father would say, as he smiled, run, Kamala, run, don't be afraid, don't let anything stop you.
Exactly. Listen to daddy. Run to the interviews. Run towards the media. He answer some goddamn questions. Come on, man. Listen to daddy.
From my earliest years, he taught me to be fearless. But the harmony between my parents did not last. When I was in elementary school, they split up. and it was mostly my mother who raised us. Before she could finally afford to buy a home, she rented a small apartment in the East Bay. In the Bay, you either live in the hills or the flatlands. We lived in the flats. A beautiful working class neighborhood of firefighters, nurses, and construction workers, all who tended their lawns with pride. My mother, she worked long hours, and like many working parents, she leaned on a trusted circle to help raise us. Mrs.
She doesn't have policies, Andrea. She doesn't have policies, so she can only talk about things that would capture the emotions of NPCs, people who are just emotional beings that are so filled with feelings and that would take high gas prices, high grocery prices, high mortgage prices, unsafe border, wars in Ukraine, war in Israel over policy.
Shelton, who ran the daycare below us and became a second mother. Uncle Sherman, Aunt Mary, Uncle Freddie, Auntie Chris. None of them family by blood, and all of them family by love.
These types of speech is good for when you win a Grammy Award, not when you are applying for a job to become the next president of the United States. This can't do it. I'm sorry.
Family who taught us how to make gumbo, how to play chess, and sometimes even let us win. Family who loved us, believed in us, and told us we could be anything and do anything. They instilled in us the values they personified: community, faith, and the importance of treating others as you would want to be treated, with kindness, respect, and compassion. My mother was a brilliant, 5-foot-tall brown woman with an accent.
Here we go.
And as the eldest child, I saw how the world would sometimes treat her. But my mother never lost her cool. She was tough,
This is the thing about people. Mr. Ashen Fire says she brings hope. Definitely, she brings hope to the inflation. She brings hope to the children that are currently dying in Ukraine. And they are funding and sending billions of munitions to Ukraine. She really brings hope. I know she brings hope. Well, I don't care about no goddamn hope. I want actions, okay? Your hope, your speech, all of that none of those things pay my bills. Your feelings, your emotions do not pay the bills. Actions pay the bills, okay?
Courageous, a trailblazer in the fight for women's health, and she taught Maya and me a lesson that Michelle mentioned the other night. She taught us to never complain about injustice, but do something about it.
Exactly. Do something about it, Kamala. You're saying don't complain, do something about it. You've been there for 4 goddamn years. What have you done? And now you want a promotion?
Do something about it. That was my mother. And she taught us, and she also taught us, and never do anything half-assed. And that is a direct quote. A direct quote. I grew up immersed in the ideals of the civil rights movement. My parents had met at a civil rights gathering, and they made sure that we learned about civil rights leaders, including the lawyers like Thurgood Marshall and Constance Baker Motley. those who battled in the courtroom to make real the promise of America. So at a young age, I decided I wanted to do that work. I wanted to be a lawyer. And when it came time to choose the type of law I would pursue, I reflected on a pivotal moment in my life. You see, when I was in high school, I started to notice something about my best friend, Wanda. She was sad at school, and there were times she didn't want to go home. So one day I asked if everything was all right, and she confided in me that she was being sexually abused by her stepfather. And I immediately told her she had to come stay with us, and she did. This is one of the reasons I became a prosecutor, to protect people like Wanda, because I believe everyone has a right to safety, to dignity, and to justice. As a prosecutor, when I had a case, I charged it not in the name of the victim, but in the name of the people. For a simple reason. In our system of justice, a harm against any one of us is a harm against all of us.
She needs to go to Chicago. Well, they are in Chicago, right? I'm going to play y'all a video after this video, okay?
And I would often explain this to console survivors of crime, to remind them no one should be made to fight alone. We are all in this together. And every day in the courtroom, I stood proudly before a judge and I said 5 words: Kamala Harris for the people. And to be clear, my entire career, I've only had one client, the people. And so, on behalf of the people, on behalf of every American, regardless of party, race, gender, or the language your grandmother speaks, on behalf of my mother and everyone who has ever set out on their own unlikely journey, on behalf of Americans like the people I grew up with, people who work hard, chase their dreams, and look out for one another, on behalf of everyone whose story could only be written in the greatest nation on earth, I accept your nomination to be President of the United States of America. And with this election, our nation with this election has a precious, fleeting opportunity to move past the bitterness, cynicism, and divisive battles of the past, a chance to chart a new way forward.
But you have been the vice president for the past 4 years. So what past are you talking about? Are you talking about the current job that you've held for the past 4 years? Because you're talking as if you're not the current vice president.
Not as members of any one party or faction, but as Americans. And let me say, I know there are people of various political views watching tonight, and I want you to know I promise to be a president for all Americans. You can always trust me to put country above party and self, to hold sacred America's fundamental principles, from the rule of law to free and fair elections to the peaceful transfer of power.
Somebody just asked me, can somebody tell me Trump's policy? I've shown this like 1,000 times, bro. But it's easy. Everybody knows now we use different forms of media to communicate, right? So here we go. This is Trump's policy right here. The 2024 GOP platform, Make America Great Again. It's on his Instagram page. It's right there on his Instagram page, okay? Seal the border, stop the migrant invasion, carry out the largest deportation and inflation, and make America affordable again. Make America the dominant energy producer in the world by far. Stop outsourcing and turn the United States into a manufacturing superpower. Large tax cut for workers like P-Man and me and everybody else that works, and no tax on tips. Defend our Constitution and our Bill of Rights, and blah, 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 blah. Prevent World War III, of course, and the weaponization of government against the American people. It's a lot. It's like what? It's like 20 right here. So you can take a screenshot for the people who don't know. You can take a screenshot right now and go read it. For the people asking, what is Trump's policies? Here goes 20 politics. Here goes 20 politics, okay? Policies, all right?
I will be a president who unites us around our highest aspirations, a president who leads and listens, who is realistic, practical, and has common sense, and always fights for the American people. From the courthouse to the White House, that has been my life's work. As a young courtroom prosecutor in Oakland, California, I stood up for women and children against predators who abuse them. As Attorney General of California, I took on the big banks, delivered $20 billion for middle-class families who faced foreclosure, and helped pass a homeowner Bill of Rights, one of the first of its kind in the nation. I stood up for veterans and students being scammed by big for-profit colleges, for workers who are being cheated out of their wages, the wages they were due, for seniors facing elder abuse. I fought against the cartels who traffic in guns and drugs and human beings, who threaten the security of our border and the safety of our communities. And I will tell you, these fights were not easy. And neither were the elections that put me in those offices. We were underestimated at practically every turn. But we never gave up, because the future is always worth fighting for. And that's the fight we are in right now, a fight for America's future. Fellow Americans, this election is not only the most important of our lives, it is one of the most
important in the life of our nation. In many ways, Donald Trump is an unserious man. But the consequences of putting Donald Trump.
How can he be unserious when he hasn't been in the White House for 4 years? For the past 4 years, he's not been in the White House. In fact, we can argue that you are the unserious one because look at the border. Why is inflation so high? And why are you sending money to Ukraine? I mean, we could go back and forth on that with the Democrats in the chat because they're going to defend you no matter what, Kamala. They're going to defend you. But what has Kamala done? As a matter of fact, what has the Biden-Harris administration done for the past 4 years?
Back in the White House are extremely serious. Consider not only the chaos and calamity when he was in office, but also the gravity of what has happened since he lost the last election. Donald Trump tried to throw away your votes.
No.
When he failed, he sent an armed mob to the United States Capitol where they assaulted law enforcement officers. When politicians in his own party begged him to call off the mob and send help, he did the opposite. He fanned the flames. And now, for an entirely different set of crimes.
Kamala have spoken for 18 minutes, no policy, but she's spoken about her family background. Now she's talking about Trump. Still no policies, still no achievement as a vice president. She said what she did as a prosecutor, but she's trying to run away from the fact that she's been the vice president of the United States, the first woman to be the vice president of the United States. And she can't even name one thing she did. This is like if you have a daughter, if you guys have a daughter in the chat, this should be concerning. This should be alarming to you. Like, it's like you want your daughter to make you proud, make your family proud, make your country proud. There's nothing they say she was in charge of the border, but that didn't work out.
Crimes, he was found guilty of fraud by a jury of everyday Americans and separately found liable for committing sexual abuse. And consider what he intends to do if we give him power again. Consider his explicit intent to set free violent extremists who assaulted those law enforcement officers at the Capitol. His explicit intent to jail journalists, political opponents, and anyone he sees as the enemy. His explicit intent to deploy our active duty military against our own citizens. Consider the power he will have, especially after the United States Supreme Court just ruled that he would be immune from criminal prosecution. Just imagine Donald Trump with no guardrails and how he would use the immense powers of the presidency of the United States, not to improve your life, not to strengthen our national security, but to serve the only client he has ever had, himself. And we know what a second
Trump term would look like. It's all laid out in Project 2025, written by his closest advisors, and its sum total is to pull our country back to the past. But America, we are not going back. We are not going back. We are not going back. We are not going back to when Donald Trump tried to cut Social Security and Medicare. We are not going back.
When did he try to cut Social Security? Like, why are you lying? This people just be lying, bro.
To when he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act, when insurance companies could deny people with pre-existing conditions. We are not going to let him eliminate.
Proletariat sympathizer. Please put the article or put the time he wanted to cut Social Security. Put it in the chat. Put it in the chat. Proletariat sympathizer. Put it in the chat. If you have an article that we can go pull up right now when he tried to cut Social Security, like a tax code or something that is tangible, not just word of mouth. Okay? Put it in the chat, and I promise you we're going to look it up.
Eliminate the Department of Education that funds our public schools. We are not going to let him end programs like Head Start that provide preschool and childcare for our children. America, we are not going back. And we are charting a new way forward. Forward to a future with a strong and growing middle class, because we know a strong middle class has always been critical to America's success. And building that middle class will be a defining goal of my presidency. And I'll tell you, this is personal for me. The middle class is where I come from. My mother kept a strict budget. We lived within our means, yet we wanted for little. And she expected us to make the most of the opportunities that were available to us and to be grateful for them. Because as she taught us, opportunity is not available to everyone. That's why we will create what I call an opportunity economy where everyone has the chance to compete and a chance to succeed. Whether you live in a rural area, small town, or big city. And as president, I will bring together labor and workers and small business owners and entrepreneurs and American companies to create jobs, to grow our economy, and to lower the cost of everyday needs like healthcare and housing and groceries. We will provide access to capital for small business owners and entrepreneurs and founders. And we will end America's housing shortage and protect Social Security and Medicare.
We're going to go back here. We just want to fact check some situation. Right, yeah. So this is fact. Man, can't I just read what I want? Goddamn. These people be doing way too much. You can never trust these people. God damn. Okay, I'm gonna go work on that and I'm gonna come back here, okay?
Now compare that to Donald Trump, because I think everyone here knows he doesn't actually fight for the middle class. He doesn't actually fight for the middle class. Instead, he fights for himself and his billionaire friends. And he will give them another round of tax breaks that will add up to $5 trillion to the national debt. And all the while, he intends to enact what in effect is a national sales tax, call it a Trump tax, that would raise prices on middle-class families by almost $4,000 a year. Well, instead of a Trump tax hike, we will pass a middle-class tax cut that will benefit more than 100 million Americans. Friends, I believe America cannot truly be prosperous unless Americans are fully able to make their own decisions about their own lives, especially on matters of heart and home. But tonight, in America, too many women are not able to make those decisions. And let's be clear about how we got here. Donald Trump handpicked members of the United States Supreme Court to take away reproductive freedom. And now he brags about it. In his words, quote, "I did it and I'm proud to have done it," end quote. Well, I'll tell you, over the past 2 years, I've traveled across our country, and women have told me their stories. Husbands and fathers have shared theirs. Stories of women miscarrying in a parking lot, developing sepsis, losing the ability to ever again have children, all because doctors are afraid they may go to jail for caring for their patients. Couples just trying to grow their family, cut off in the middle of IVF treatments. Children who have survived sexual assault, potentially being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. This is what's happening in our country because of Donald Trump. And understand, he is not done.
Because of Donald Trump? But you are the current vice president. You are the current vice president, and your president, Joe Biden, is the current president of the United States. And I have said this before, the Democrats have had the White House for 12 years out of 16 years. For the past 16 years now, the Democrats have been in charge of the White House. Obama had 8 years. Trump had 4 years. Now Joe Biden had another 4 years. So that is what? 12 against 4. So you mean to tell me in the past 16 years, Democrat has been in charge of the White House and they've had it for 12 years. And everything you're talking about is Trump is the reason why? You can't make this up, bro.
As a part of his agenda, he and his allies would limit access to birth control, ban medication abortion, and enact a nationwide abortion ban with or without Congress. And get this, he plans to create a national anti-abortion coordinator and force states to report on women's miscarriages and abortions. Simply put, they are out of their minds. And one must ask, why exactly is it that they don't trust women? Well, we trust women. We trust women.
And when Congress passes a bill to restore reproductive freedom, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. In this election, many other fundamental freedoms are at stake. The freedom to live safe from gun violence in our schools, communities, and places of worship. The freedom to love who you love openly and with pride. The freedom to breathe clean air and drink clean.
Thank you so much, guys, for sharing your time with me, spending your time with me. And also, Andrea, our moderator, thank you so much, Andrea. She says, thank you, Genesis, for hosting the channel for us. Shout out to Andrea. Truth Teller, God bless you. Randy, Space, Ultralight, J Auto, Baz Bazers, KW14, Michael, Boo, Rosie, Omen, Kubalu, Randy, Great Beyond Health, P-Man, my boy, the man. Thank you guys, man. Subscribe to the channel, like the live show.
Clean water and live free from the pollution that fuels the climate crisis. And the
I also see you, Cindy Lopez. God bless you. Runnis, thank you.
Freedom that unlocks all the others the freedom to vote. With this election, we finally have the opportunity to pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Act and the Freedom to Vote Act. And let me be clear. After decades in law enforcement, I know the importance of safety and security, especially at our border. Last year, Joe and I brought together Democrats and conservative Republicans to write the strongest border bill in decades. The Border Patrol endorsed it. But Donald Trump believes a border deal would hurt his campaign. So he ordered his allies in Congress to kill the deal. Well, I refuse to play politics with our security, and here is my pledge to you. As president, I will bring back the bipartisan border security bill that he killed, and I will sign it into law.
Isn't the president the executive power? Just like the legislative power, the judiciary power, or judiciary, what do you call? Do you call them powers, or you call them like sector of the government? So the executive sector of the government, or the executive power of the government, is the president. So the president can say, close the border, and sign an executive document and say, yo, close the border. Right? That's what Trump did.
I know we can live up to our proud heritage as a nation of immigrants and reform our broken immigration system. We can create an earned pathway to citizenship and secure our border. And America, we must also be steadfast in advancing our security and values abroad. As Vice President, I have confronted threats to our security, negotiated with foreign leaders, strengthened our alliances, and engaged with our brave troops overseas. As Commander-in-Chief, I will ensure America always has the strongest, most lethal fighting force in the world. And I will fulfill our sacred obligation to care for our troops and their families, and I will always honor and never disparage their service and their sacrifice.
Griselda says, shut up and do it now. First of all, if there is peace around the world, then these military men wouldn't be going to war to die. Okay. So, first of all, your priority should be peace around the world. Just like there was peace when Trump was president. There was no Ukrainian war. There was no Russia invading Ukraine. There was no Israeli and the Palestinian people, right?
I will make sure that we lead the world into the future on space and artificial intelligence, that America, not China, wins the competition for the 21st century, and that we strengthen, not abdicate, our global leadership. Trump, on the other hand, threatened to abandon NATO. He encouraged Putin to invade our allies, said Russia could, quote, do whatever the hell they want. 5 days before Russia attacked Ukraine, I met with President Zelensky.
How is that even possible? Why would she say something like that? When Trump was president, Russia did not invade Ukraine. What are you saying, Kamala? That's a big lie. Come on now. Come on now. Come on now.
Strengthen, not abdicate, our global leadership. Trump, on the other hand, threatened to abandon NATO. He encouraged Putin to invade our allies, said Russia could, quote, do whatever the hell they want. 5 days before Russia attacked Ukraine, I met with President Zelensky to warn him about Russia's plan to invade. I helped mobilize a global response, over 50 countries, to defend against Putin's aggression. And as president, I will stand strong with Ukraine and our NATO allies. With respect to the war in Gaza, President Biden and I are working around the clock because now is the time.
Thank you, everybody, for watching the live show. Subscribe to the channel, like the live show. Rosie, I just want to say that is a very, very sad story, and I just hope you can recover from that type of loss. God bless you, Rosie. Man Flips, welcome back, Brody. Welcome back. Griselda, Michael, Brenton, F the Woke. God bless y'all.
Time to get a hostage deal and a ceasefire deal done.
So do it now. What are you?
And let me be clear. And let me be clear. I will always stand up for Israel's right to defend itself, and I will always ensure Israel has the ability to defend itself, because the people of Israel must never again face the horror that a terrorist organization called Hamas caused on October 7, including unspeakable sexual violence and the massacre of young people at a music festival. At the same time, what has happened in Gaza over the past 10 months is devastating.
This is the thing, like, you guys, like, you see, like, I feel like we've been brought up in a society where this all starts from the household. When you have a father or a mother in the house that don't take responsibility for their children, And the children grow up thinking it's okay not to take responsibility. So they vote for people, they vote for leaders who don't take responsibility. And they keep giving excuses. Like if you have parents that give excuses instead of like doing what needs to be done for their kids to have a better future, the kids might grow up thinking it's okay to, give excuses. So you saying she can't force other countries, you are basically telling me how you were brought up. Why was there no war when Trump was president? Why didn't Putin go into Ukraine? Why wasn't the Palestinian trying to invade Israel when Trump was there? Because nobody wants smoke, because there's someone who actually takes responsibility for once.
So many innocent lives lost. Desperate, hungry people fleeing for safety over and over again. The scale of suffering is heartbreaking. President Biden and I are working to end this war such that Israel is secure, the hostages are released, the suffering in Gaza ends, and the Palestinian people can realize their right to dignity, security, freedom, and self-determination. And know this, I will never hesitate to take whatever action is necessary to defend our forces and our interests against Iran and Iran-backed terrorists. I will not cozy up to tyrants and dictators like Kim Jong-un who are rooting for Trump, Because, they know he is easy to manipulate with flattery and favors.
But this is the thing. If he is easy to manipulate with flatteries and favor, according to you, Kamala, why did any of this going on now? You guys sending billions to Ukraine. Why wasn't all of that going on during Trump? No, you are the people that are being flattered because you want chaos, because chaos is expensive. War is expensive. And we know y'all have stakes in the weaponry business. This is facts, y'all. This is facts, bro. This is facts, bro.
No, Trump won't hold autocrats accountable because he wants to be an autocrat himself. And as president, I will never waver in defense of America's security and ideals, because in the enduring struggle between democracy and tyranny, I know where I stand and I know where the United States belongs. So fellow Americans, I love our country with all my heart.
Like this?
Everywhere I go, in everyone I meet, I see a nation that is ready to move forward, ready for the next step in the incredible journey that is America. I see an America where we hold fast to the fearless belief that built our nation and inspired the world, that here in this country, anything is possible, that nothing is out of reach.
We got Karen in the chat. Please put your question in the chat, Karen. Put your question in the chat. Karen, can you put your question in the chat, or something you want us to go fact check in the chat?
An America where we care
for one another. Look out for one another and recognize that we have so
Karen says, Karen, the beautiful brown skin, beautiful Karen says, what did Trump do for the country when he was in office? Chat, shall we? Chat, shall we answer the question?
much more in common than what separates us. That none of us has to fail for all of us to succeed. And that in unity there is strength. You know, our opponents in this race are out there every day denigrating America, talking about how terrible everything is. Well, my mother had another lesson she used to teach. Never let anyone tell you who you are. You show them who you are. America, let us show each other and the world who we are and what we stand for. Freedom, opportunity, compassion, dignity, fairness, and endless possibilities. We are the heirs to the greatest democracy in the history of the world. And on behalf of our children and our grandchildren and all those who sacrificed so dearly for our freedom and liberty, we must be worthy of this moment. It is now our turn to do what generations before us have done, guided by optimism and faith, to fight for this country we love, to fight for the ideals we cherish, and to uphold the awesome responsibility that comes with the greatest privilege on earth, the privilege and pride of being an American. So let's get out there, let's fight for it, let's get out there, let's vote for it, and together, let us write the next great chapter in the most extraordinary story ever told. Thank you. God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you all.
There you have it. There you have it. That was Kamala's speech. Policies, not so much. Trump, a lot. Trump is the reason we are in this deep shit of inflation, right? According to her. So, let's go see what Fox talking about.
I think we're going nothing but up, right? But I think I'm excited to hear more about it this week.
When it comes to the economy, I think we're seeing the effects all across the world, not just the United States.
I think the economy will get better with her in it. I think everybody will be regenerated and enthusiastic, and I think the economy will get better.
I love her opportunity economy. I am very proud of her, and we're excited. She is the one who's going to push initiatives and new proposals for our middle class. because when our middle class is strong, America is strong.
Well, for me, for the economy, I would love to see more policy to help breast cancer survivors.
As long as we continue to focus on the middle class Americans, I think we'll do good in turning this economy around and making it better for everybody.
That's Fox talking about Kamala too. So y'all don't say, oh, they don't talk about Kamala. Okay.
We need to get the corruption out of FDA, out of NIH, out of CDC, and make them function as they're supposed to function.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr. joins Fox News for his first interview since dropping out of the presidential race, and getting behind Donald Trump and his family is outraged.
I completely disavow and separate and dissociate myself from Robert Kennedy Jr.
And tonight, our own Tammy Bruce is here with her open letter to RFK Jr.'s sister that has everyone talking. That's coming up, but first, RFK Jr. and what led him to drop out. Here's Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s decision to suspend his campaign and back former President Trump was slammed by his family members as a betrayal, but he says he wasn't driven by animosity.
I don't act out of anger or revenge or resentment. It's a bad motivation. It's like swallowing poison and hoping someone else will die. And so I don't do it. It became clear to me that I did not have a path to victory. 16 months of censorship, of not being able to get on any network really except for Fox. And I had, in fact, when Ross Perot ran in the 10 months.
Mr. Ashen Fire says, I feel if your whole family is telling you to stop, you should maybe consider listening. Let me tell you a very quick story. When I was coming to the United States, right, my mom was like, oh, they got guns in the United States. I'm like, well, if I'm going to die, I'm going to die here anyway. You know, so everybody wasn't in support of me pursuing my dreams, my future, and whatever I thought was going to happen for me. Okay, so I'm saying that to say that. Who cares, bro? Who cares, bro? Who cares, bro? If you believe in yourself and what you're fighting for and your goals and aspirations, you shouldn't care about what anybody says. Go for it. Also, you have to be ready to face the consequences. And these are the consequences he's facing. His family disowning him and all that type of shit.
That he ran, he had 34 appearances on the networks. I had 2 appearances in 16 months. So I was blocked out from the networks. I was blocked out from.
You said as a 60 years old man, so meaning because he's 60 years old, he shouldn't be pursuing anything new. The founder of KFC founded KFC at what age? The KFC you stuff in your mouth right now. When was it founded? And what age did the founder found KFC? You know what I mean? Like, we should, like, come on, man.
I had no path to victory.
Kennedy and Trump agreed to form a unity government. That appears to be the extent of their relationship at this point. Kennedy says there are no guarantees that he'll be offered a position in the Trump administration, even though Trump said he'd be open to the possibility.
He invited me to form a unity government. We agreed that we'd be able to continue to criticize each other on issues on which we don't agree. But these issues are so important in their way of unifying our country.
The jury is out on whether Kennedy helps Trump's bid. His polling took a major hit, dipping into the low single digits after President Biden dropped out of the race. But Fox News polls last month show Kennedy pulling support from Trump in key battleground states like Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. So Trump is hoping he can draw some of those backers to his camp. The Democratic National Committee was quick to brush off Kennedy's endorsement, saying, quote, good riddance.
Yeah, P-Man, I think he has a medical condition where he always has a watery eye and his voice is sort of kind of like, I think it's a disability. I don't know. But yes, his eyes are always watery, and his throat is like he has a little something going on right there.
They're coming off a high after last week's convention. Vice President Kamala Harris's campaign says they've raised a record $540 million since they launched last month. And this week, they're kicking off a bus tour in Georgia. This is the first time Harris and her running mate Tim Walz will campaign together in the state. Yet criticisms that her speech at the DNC lacked policy particulars or that she has yet to give a sit-down interview continue to hound her. Trump is expected to head to Michigan and Pennsylvania this week. Lauren?
Maddie, thank you very much. Well, 10 weeks to go. Lisa, I mean, as you read the tea leaves here, does Kennedy endorsing Trump help Trump, especially in the battlegrounds?
Well, it does, because often these races are within the margins, and he helps Donald Trump increase those margins. But look, there's an easy way to tell who's in political office for the right reasons or not. Look at who's taking the hits and look at who's just trying to get rich and want power. The Democrat Party, they're only in public service for themselves, not for the public. I mean, look at the Obamas, increased their net worth by tens of millions of dollars after leaving the office. Joe Biden and his family leveraging various offices to get rich. Donald Trump is a billionaire. He didn't need this in 2016. He ran because he's a patriot, because he cared about the forgotten men and women. And what does he face as a result? Assassination, potential jail, investigations. RFK Jr. is a Kennedy. He could just coast off his last name. He's rich. He didn't need to spend his life trying to look into vaccines and public health and bring it all to the forefront. Elon Musk, same story. He didn't need to buy X and to be a free speech advocate. He's faced investigations as a result.
These are the reasons, everything she just said, these are the reasons why people are voting for Trump, because he could have been coasting in his luxury. Same with Kennedys. Everybody knows the Kennedys, they have been rich as hell for a long, long time. Elon Musk, same thing. Why do you think these people want another type of leadership? Why?
So look at who's taking the hits for the greater good, for the greater good of the country, and then look at who's just wants power and is trying to get rich. It's pretty obvious.
The Democrats' strategy is to take down Republicans, right? And to continue to smear MAGA. And
okay, chat. Once again, can we reply Karen Smith, the beautiful Karen Smith? Chat, let's educate Karen.
we're seeing that from many in the media as well. Let's roll the soundbite that we have.
My predecessor and his extreme MAGA friends are responsible for taking away other fundamental freedoms.
MAGA Republicans.
MAGA Republicans.
MAGA Republicans.
MAGA Republican agenda.
MAGA Republicans. The extreme MAGA Republicans.
MAGA Republicans.
MAGA Republicans.
MAGA Republican agenda.
As if it's a bad thing, but this is what RFK Jr. says about MAGA. What MAGA really means, and I quote, "The phrase has troubled liberals who think it is a call for a return to an America before civil rights, gay rights, and women's rights. But I have a more generous interpretation, one that is truer to my experience of Donald Trump as he is today."
Karen Smith is asking us, she said, have we forgotten that Trump was president before? Ladies and gentlemen, can we let her know we actually know that Trump has been president? Karen Smith, this is the question I always ask everybody. And I would ask it to you too, beautiful brown skin Karen Smith. What was the mortgage rate in 2020? Karen Smith now. This is the icing on the cake. What was the mortgage rate in 2020? And you know who was president in 2020, right? Donald J. Trump. So tell me what the mortgage rate was in 2020. Because you said he didn't do anything for the country. Okay.
Make America Great Again recalls a nation brimming with vitality, with a can-do spirit, with hope and a belief in itself. It was an America that was beginning to confront its darker shadows, could acknowledge the injustice in its past and present, yet at the same time could celebrate its successes. It was a nation of broad prosperity, the world's most vibrant middle class, and an idealistic belief, though not consistently applied, in freedom, justice, and democracy. It was a nation that led the world to innovation, productivity, and technology. And it was the healthiest country in the world. I have talked to many Trump supporters. I have talked with his inner circle. I have talked to the man himself. This is the America they want to restore. Tom, Jason, they tell me to go to Jason. Jason, can't we all unite around that message?
You would think. What the Democrats did is they shoved the Kennedy out the door.
They always run away. Every time I bring up mortgage rates, they always run away, chat. Everybody runs away, especially Democrats. They run away to try to go find out what it was, and they never come back.
He wanted to have the debate. He wanted to be in the arena. He wanted to ask the tough questions. But guess what? When it was Biden and Harris, no debates. They forced him off the ballots. They are suing Kennedy every single which way they can to make sure he's off the ballot. And the Kennedys finally said, at least the one smart one, went off and said, you know what? No, I have a place here, and it's called the United States of America, where I get to exercise my free rights, my First Amendment rights. But the Kennedys there and the Democrats, they cannot stand that.
Yeah.
I love that Kennedy is embracing MAGA in that way. It was a little wordy for me and a little fuzzy. I would say, and Kennedy should come out front and say this, the Republican Party is changed under MAGA. It is an anti-war party. It is a anti-globalist party, and it is an anti-authoritarian party. That is something that the Democrats used to be able to claim, and with some justification. They are no longer. They are pro-authoritarian, they are pro-war, and they are globalist. And, you know, Kennedy should say that. He should say, things have changed. Donald Trump isn't just MAGA. MAGA is a new party.
And I'd make the argument.
Joa, you took it personal, so now I gotta block you, bro. This is the thing. Like, you could just keep it on the goddamn policies and what we're talking about. Now you said no subscribe. Yeah, you gotta go, boy.
That Democrats have not changed. And that's why we saw all the old Democrats at the DMC. The party has not moved on. They're using the old power to stay in power.
Yeah.
So RFK Jr.'s sister, Carrie, is publicly shaming him for aligning with Trump. This was from earlier today. Watch here.
I'm outraged and disgusted by my brother's gaudy and obscene embrace of Donald Trump. And I completely disavow and separate and dissociate myself from Robert Kennedy Jr. in this flagrant.
Also, this is for Karen. Karen, did you know, according to, thank you, Marsha, for putting it in the chat. Marsha said he signed the VA Mission Act and signed the First Step Act. Did you know, Karen Smith, do you know what the First Step Act was? Karen Smith, do you know what the First Step Act was? Do you know what he actually did for black men in the United States? Karen Smith, because you're a brown-skinned woman, so if you don't know what the First Step Act did for brown-skinned men,
an inexplicable effort to desecrate and trample and set fire to my father's memory.
Our own Tammy Bruce is going viral for her reaction to Carrie's dismissal.
Karen Smith says, "Sweetie, I'm very educated, including those in my family, unlike yourself." Okay, so tell me, what was the mortgage rate since you graduated from Yale? You graduated from Yale, right? You and your family members went to Yale. So tell me what the mortgage rate was in 2019, Karen. Let us hear it. Tell us.
May of her brother. Tammy is here to talk about her open letter to Kerry Kennedy. Tammy,
Everybody.
welcome.
There's like 5 now. Woo. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it. It was a wild evening, and everything. Every day seems to be a little crazy. But thanks for I was frankly shocked at how viral it went. And you can have posts on X or any social media that gets retweeted a lot or read a lot. The comments, 14,000 plus that have just been.
Of course, she only hears the Yale, but she wouldn't tell us what the mortgage rate was because that's not what she cares about. She only cares about picking stuff. She's only going to talk about Yale. I have been asking about the mortgage rate, Karen. Please tell me.
Positive. And what's interesting, I think what's important, because my reaction in seeing that, look, we know the Kennedys. I grew up with them. I remember the tears in the household when my mother had voted for him in California and he was murdered that night. My generation, we've bonded with the Kennedys. We know they're imperfect. We all are imperfect. And yet, at the end of her statement, they've been always very close to their family, say nothing publicly, despite the remarkable scandals. And yet, at the end of her statement, she said, this is about, he's destroyed or is against the values of my family and my father. And I thought, Kennedy values. As a woman, I just turned 62. We're a reflection of John Kennedy and Robert Kennedy and Martin Luther King Jr. and everything that came after. And we know when we think about values, and I thought to myself, I've never heard them throw someone under the bus. They've never thrown anyone to the wolves, but they do it to this guy, despite the nature of, Chappaquiddick and Marilyn Monroe and the treatment of women in general.
Shout out to everybody for watching the live show. You know what time it is. Thank you for spending your time with me. God bless you. God bless you. Too bad to F the woke, Michael Charles KW145, Cindy Lopez. Who else? Griselda, you know what time it is. And of course, the beautiful brown skin Karen.
Divorces, of course, all the kinds of things. It's remarkable things. And yet this is what they're going to throw someone.
And of course, I could never forget our moderator, Andrea. Shane Baker in the building too.
Over for who acts on his conscience to make a difference for this country. I found it outrageous with what Americans are going through, and I think that's why the reaction was so strong.
Well, and his wife, Cheryl Hines, also, posted on X, and she said, I deeply respect the decision Bobby made to run on the principle of unity. Over the last year and a half, I've met some extraordinary people from all parties, Democrats, Republicans, and independents. It's been my experience that the vast majority of all parties are truly good people who want the best for our country and for each other. Tammy, so many families have been fractured as a result of politics in this modern political era. How much of that do you think is why this resonated with so many people?
I think that's part of it, but we also have had this interesting bond with the Kennedy family. They're like our royal family.
Good night, Cindy Lopez. Thank you for spending your time with us. Good night. Thank you for joining the channel. I hope you subscribe to the channel. We go live every day. We are talking about the election and we are educating each other. And, if you want to vote for Kamala, I'm not stopping you from voting for Kamala, okay? I just want you to know why you are voting for Kamala. Why do you want to vote for Kamala? Can you name policies? And also, if you're going to vote for Kamala, can you tell us how she has performed for the past 4 years? What has she done that she's impressed you to say, okay, she deserves my vote? Because you're about to promote her. You're about to give her another promotion to a higher office, even if she hasn't shown you what she's done. That's all I'm saying. And if you're voting for Trump too, why are you voting for Trump? I'm not stopping you from voting for whoever you want to vote for. I'm just saying, know why you're voting for them. It's about policies, not because she's a woman, not because she's colored, none of that. It's based on policies. Policies, not feelings or emotions, because feelings and emotions is not going to pay your bills, okay?
Yeah, and we've always rooted for them because we knew of the lost potential, and now we wanted new possibilities, and it just never happened. Maybe the closest was John Kennedy Jr., and then the horror of what happened to him and his wife and his sister-in-law. It's like Americans, we're going through it with them. But I think and her statement was perfect. Of course we will disagree. We used to be able to do that. Her sentiment was perfect. We know she doesn't necessarily like what he's done entirely, but they work it out. We know this is what most of us also have gone through. His response to his family's really vile attack on him about betrayal and a sad story and all of that was also measured. It's a fascinating thing to watch. And yes, the reaction, a lot from women, is I think that we haven't really been blunt about, we know what we have put up with. We know that we have supported you despite what you've done. And this is what you do when all we want is a future that American families can trust and that they don't have to worry about if they have gas in the car to go to work, if they can afford eggs this week, if they can walk in their neighborhood, if they're going to be worried about their kid knowing how to read and write, even when they're getting their diploma. The Kennedys do not know that life. We do. And after all this support, my goodness, stand with us for 1 minute. And many of his family, Robert Kennedy said, are standing with him. And I think that's an important reminder. It's a big family, and this is his siblings, and that's it.
Click here to subscribe.
These people are very, very powerful. The Kennedys, they've been powerful for years. For the people crying that we're watching Fox, okay, let's go to what you like. CNN. Okay.
Black voter support for the top of the Democratic ticket has increased over the past month. According to 2 ABC News Washington Post polls, Harris has 78% of the black male vote versus Joe Biden's 72% from July. Trump's support has dipped slightly from 19% to 16 percentage points. Now, pundits often talk about these voters, but they don't speak with black male voters often. So this morning, something different, some real talk. I brought together a group of black men, 5 men of different ages, different priorities, different political leanings. We watched Harris's historic speech Thursday night, and then we talked about the big issues.
Give me one word to describe her acceptance speech. Anthony, you first.
I would say presidential.
Omar?
Textbook.
Charles?
Political.
Henry?
I would say safe.
Hakeem?
Inspirational. When she first walked out, she was warm. She was taking it all in, and it felt like she was really enjoying the moment and really having it settle on her with the crowd. I think that the acceptance speech overall, the themes were great. I mean, she talked about the American people, what folks wanted to hear from the middle, about middle class, about anti-Trumpism, and really warning us through fear about what we should expect with the second term of Trump. But she really hit the nail on the head.
I think that she did a great job at galvanizing the American people. Textbook play when it comes to acceptance speech. I think she fell short with speaking about economics. And I do understand that her overall speech has to be for the American people, and it's not the time to kind of get a little direct toward what we may want to hear.
I was very surprised that she did, speak about her father.
At the park, my mother would say, "Stay close." But my father would say, as he smiled, "Run, Kamala, run. Don't be afraid. Don't let anything stop you."
For me, it's all about values as well. For me, I am a black man with a family. And, Anthony made the point about the connection. When she, for me, mentioning her father, who is a black man, for me, what makes her black is her father, not an HBCU, not a sorority. And so that's the connection I'm looking for. I was looking to hear more about policy. I think a lot of us were. And so I didn't hear a lot about policy as I would have liked. I did not expect her to.
So he just said the connection he was looking for was her father because her father is black, right? But then he said he didn't hear anything about policies. But yet, he's going to vote for her just based on her father, bro. No policies, just based on her father, bro.
To speak heavy on policy. Very rarely will you ever see a presidential candidate in an acceptance speech or even on a stump speak with details on policies. It's what we do after they get elected and get in office, and holding their feet to the fire is where we as black men and as a black community have failed. In this time, we cannot fail.
I didn't hear the things from an economical standpoint that I was looking for. My main question here is that if you happen to get back in office for another 4 years, what are you going to do? You're going to rinse and repeat here. We all pay the exact same for gas and for food. You have families living from paycheck to paycheck. Some can't even make it to paycheck to paycheck.
Anthony, do you believe?
Of course, they had to cut that man off. The only one that was saying the facts, they cut him off real fast.
And point that I was looking for. My main question here is that if you happen to get back in office for another 4 years, what are you going to do? You're going to rinse and repeat here. We all pay the exact same for gas and for food. You have families living from paycheck to paycheck. Some can't even make it to paycheck to paycheck.
Anthony, do you believe the polls that show that Black men in a substantial way are shifting to former President Trump?
I was in the barbershop today, right? And there's this real kind of resolve that a lot of folks who are younger millennials are having, which is, hey, I make a little bit of money. I want to keep my money, right? And the country has never really worked for Black men, so what do I have to lose? And so Black men are beginning to vote with their pocketbooks. And I think that's not misguided. But I think the Democratic Party has failed to demonstrate what it has to offer the Black man specifically.
I don't want a Black man's policy. I don't want a Black man's policy. I want a policy that's going to be applied across the board. And since I'm Black, I can benefit from it and understand capitalism and understand how to navigate. And we're never going to get a Black man's policy.
Henry, you wanted to hear a message that you said was not through the language of social justice. What does that mean?
There's more to Black men than social justice and these problems with police. I just feel like a lot of politicians, they feel like the only way to talk to Black men is through that language about social justice.
This cycle, they are leaning into her experience as a prosecutor.
I think that is net positive. I mean, there's nothing that anyone can say to make me feel as though I have more in common with Donald Trump than Kamala Harris. But this has become the center because of its relationship to Black men, and this idea that we can sever Black men from Kamala Harris if we just say she puts us in jail. And I feel like that's like a complete fallacy.
What is the relevance of sex here? Sexism is as pervasive in this country as racism is. Do you think it's going to hurt her with voters, men, Black men specifically?
You know, the Black community, for us, we're used to women being in leadership. So for us, I don't think it's going to be a big deal.
I would say that I agree and disagree. I think it may be a problem because a lot of African-American business, particular Black male business, feel a little threatened because there's a huge movement when it comes to Black woman business. And so, number one, we shouldn't let them divide us that particular way. But the movement is so great for African-American women, and we support them, and we want that. And sometimes I think African-American men can feel like they're outpacing us when we should be together at the exact same time.
How relevant is her support for a woman's right to make medical decisions about her body?
It's the woman's body, so she should be able to dictate her terms of her body.
The Lord made life. Jesus Christ made life, and you have to value life. So Kamala wants to take life.
There's so much that we don't know as men that we don't have the privilege to opine on. Like, we will never have a period. We will never go through childbirth. So to even fix our mouths to comment on how, I don't care what God said it, women have the right to govern their bodies. And it's time to shut our mouths.
You are a registered Republican. You now consider yourself to be an independent, voted for Trump in 2016, Biden in 2020. Going this, you were leaning Harris, but hadn't ruled out Trump. Did you hear anything in the speech that moved your vote or the likelihood in one direction or another?
Not in this speech specifically, but over the...
Look, this is my thing, right? When it comes to this women controlling their body and all this stuff. Yes, I 100% believe a woman should do what she wants to do with her body. Same thing with a man. As long as you are an adult, as long as you are an adult, you are free to do what you want to yourself. It's a free world. You have freedom. Women, do what you want to do with your body. Same thing. Men, do what you want to do with your body. If you're married and your wife say, "Look, I don't want to have any baby anymore," it's fine. I'm gonna have another baby with another woman. I mean, this look, y'all be making this shit too hard, bro. Like y'all be making this shit too hard, bro. Look, let me tell you something. If your wife says she ain't having no more babies, absolutely wonderful. But if you want to have a baby, then you guys are gonna have to come to a conclusion. You say you want to abort all the baby that you want, that you're having, then we're gonna have to find someone else. This is not hard, bro. It's not hard. The same way a woman has the right to do what she wants to do, men, you have the right to do what you want to do. Goddamn, y'all be making this shit too hard. If she says she's not having a baby, it's fine. There are millions of women that want to have your baby. Okay. Okay.
Past month and within the last 4 days, absolutely.
And what was that?
One, you have freedom. Days of old, you would never hear a person speak about autocrats or dictators the way Trump speaks of them, and the party allows him to continue to speak on them that way. Ronald Reagan is rolling over.
Shout out to Andrea. Thank you so much. God bless you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. See you tomorrow, or get some rest though. Get some rest, Andrea. Thank you so much. I got it. I got it. I got it. I got it. We're almost done anyway. We're almost done. Thank you, Andrea. Good
in
night.
his grave. And so they're so far away from true conservative values. So I'm a fiscal conservative and I am a social liberal.
What did you think of that section in which she said that Trump is strong, or she said that Trump is friendly to autocrats because he wants to be an autocrat himself? What was your reaction to that?
I just think it was just another lie. And, the left has a tendency to do this every time they're in front of a big crowd.
Immigration has been an attack line from Republicans against the vice president. She talked about it in the speech.
I know we can live up to our proud heritage as a nation of immigrants and reform our broken immigration system.
You have millions of immigrants coming over here, and what are they doing? They're taking black men's jobs.
They're not taking black people jobs or white people jobs. They're taking indigent jobs, low-paying jobs, working in jobs that most people and most Americans do not want to take.
I'm curious to know from the other gentleman, do we feel it's the same Kamala Harris from 2020 that was running for president that we have now? Do we have a different Kamala Harris? Do we feel like she's gained more experience to step in this role?
It's going to be more of the same. And because it's going to be more of the same, I think that we should put more pressure on her.
And what's that look like?
It's no different from the Latin community who just endorsed her and made headways on some of the things that they was asking for. We as an African-American community, we just never get that. So if we hold out until the last minute and have contingent plans, something concrete in writing that we know that she can champion, I say we hold on to that in order to put pressure on her.
We've seen the Republican National Convention, the Democratic National Convention. They're both over now. If the election were to be held tomorrow, not who you'd vote for, but who do you think would win? Anthony?
I think Kamala Harris takes it.
Omar?
I think Trump would take it if it was tomorrow.
Charles?
I feel strongly Trump would take it if it was tomorrow.
Henry?
If it was tomorrow, hands down, Kamala Harris.
Hakeem?
I'm going to go on a limb. If it was tomorrow, it's going to be a landslide. Kamala Harris.
Shit. All right, guys. You heard them. 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 Look, I'm not asking you to vote for anybody. I'm just saying, if you're going to vote, vote for policies, not emotions and feelings. Okay? Vote for policies, not emotions and feelings. Anyway, thank you guys for watching the live show. You know what time. Okay, let's watch this last one. Okay.
Disease,
Oh,
which was the one that fell on the most fertile area.
We've seen that. 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 Have you seen the video of Joe Brown talking about Harris? Joe Brown, Harris. Where? This is years ago. This is like a long time ago, bro. This is a long, long, long time ago. Let me see. Anyway, guys, do you have a request? Do you want to watch something? I hope I see you tomorrow. Yes, yes, yes. Shout out to Andrea. God bless you, Andrea. Have a wonderful night. Look, you guys, vote for who you want to vote for, man. Just vote for who you want to vote for. I'm not trying to, I'm not trying to make you vote for who you don't want to vote for. I'm just saying if you want to vote for someone, know why you're voting for them. They've been in power for the past 4 years. Trump has been the president for 2016 to 2020. Look at your life. Have you had a different life? Is it better for you or is it worse for you? That's all we're saying.
Definitely, Cheryl, that big crowd is here. It is packed behind me, a line outside Pfizer Forum stretching down the street, down the length of the stadium. People waiting for hours to get into this free event, and the doors just opened moments ago. There could be many reasons for this trip. Pfizer Forum was the site of the RNC just last month. And Milwaukee, of course, was set to host the DNC back in 2020, but COVID impacted those plans. Mainly, though, this trip, Vice President Harris's third to Wisconsin since announcing her campaign, shows that Wisconsin is definitely a battleground state. The party is already getting started at Pfizer Forum, hours ahead of the scheduled appearance of Vice President Kamala Harris and running mate Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. A crowd forming outside early this afternoon. Corey Hagan sharing why he wanted to be a part of it.
It's the feeling, it's the energy, it's the hope.
The Harris-Walz campaign fitting in the trip to Milwaukee as the DNC is underway.
They always start with the feeling. Thank you so much for watching the live show. Subscribe to the channel, like the live show. They always start with the feeling. They never say it's the policy, it's the result. They say it's the feeling.
Part of it.
It's the feeling, it's the energy, it's the hope.
The Harris-Walz campaign.
None of those things he just mentioned now affects his pockets. Feelings, hope, energy. None of those things pay the bills.
To be a part of it.
It's the feeling, it's the energy, it's the hope.
The Harris-Walz campaign fitting in the trip to Milwaukee as the DNC is underway in Chicago, a sign that Wisconsin will play a big role in the November elections.
It's been weird seeing that evolution, that uprising.
Thank you so much, Rosie. If you haven't subscribed, subscribe to the channel. God bless you, Rosie, for subscribing. And have a wonderful, wonderful night, okay? God bless you, Rosie. Shane Baker, you know what time it is.
Rise of us becoming a purple state or a battleground state.
Richard Lauder also made a road trip from Illinois. The Deerfield resident saying he feels there's something special about this ticket.
I think that there's a feeling in the country that Vice President Harris has tapped into.
It's a feeling. Everybody's talking about a feeling. Are you hearing this, guys? It's all a feeling. There's no, there's a policy the country is tapped into. The result speaks for itself. It's just a feeling everybody's talking about.
About this ticket.
I think that there's a feeling in the country that Vice President Harris has tapped into, which has created this, what they call the vibe, the excitement.
Mary Voronich says she's here because it's time for a change. She's a former Trump supporter and voted for him in 2016.
Nothing made sense. Politically, I don't know what he was thinking. I think it was a big mistake for him to run.
While the atmosphere is festive, Timothy Counts says it's important to remember what's at stake.
If you can't be the guy that's convicted of 34 felonies, a sexual assault, an insurrection, lying consistently, then we shouldn't even have a country.
And the plan is for some of Vice President Harris's remarks to be televised in the United Center. After she's done, she and Governor Walz will head back to Chicago. People inside will file outside for a DNC watch party here right at the Deer District. And that is the plan for this evening.
Watch breaking news. This is the thing. You guys, like, if you want to vote for Kamala, go vote for Kamala. But if you want to vote for Trump, vote for Trump. Whoever you're voting for, you better make sure you are actually voting for these guys, because these people are not playing around. They are going hard. They are going hard. You know, I know RFK just endorsed Trump, but man, yeah, it's gonna be a tough race. It's going to be everybody going hard to win the election. So, man, I don't know. Did we watch this? This was Tulsi.
Criticized Hillary Clinton as the, quote, personification of the rot that has sickened the Democratic Party. What is the rot you see in the Democratic Party?
That our Democratic Party, unfortunately, is not the party that is of, by, and for the people. It is a party that has been and continues to be influenced by the foreign policy establishment in Washington, represented by Hillary Clinton and others' foreign policy, by the military-industrial complex and other greedy corporate interests. I'm running for president to be the Democratic nominee that rebuilds our Democratic Party, takes it out of their hands, and truly puts it in the hands of the people of this country, a party that actually hears the voices of Americans who are struggling all across this country, and puts it in the hands of veterans and fellow Americans who are calling for an end to this ongoing Bush, Clinton, Trump foreign policy doctrine of regime change wars, overthrowing dictators in other countries, needlessly sending my brothers and sisters in uniform into harm's way to fight in wars that actually undermine our national security and have cost us thousands of American lives. These are wars that have cost us as American taxpayers trillions of dollars since 9/11 alone, dollars that have come out of our pockets, out of our hospitals, out of our schools, out of our infrastructure needs. As president, I will end this foreign policy, end these regime change wars, work to end this new Cold War and arms race, and instead invest our hard-earned taxpayer dollars actually into serving the needs of the American people right here at home.
Senator Harris, any response?
Oh, sure. I think that it's unfortunate that we have someone on the stage who is attempting to be the Democratic nominee for president of the United States, who during the Obama administration spent 4 years full-time on Fox News criticizing President Obama, who has spent full-time criticizing people on this stage as affiliated with the Democratic Party. When Donald Trump was elected, not even sworn in, buddied up to Steve Bannon to get a meeting with Donald Trump in the Trump Tower, fails to call a war criminal by what he is as a war criminal, and then spends full time during the course of this campaign, again, criticizing the Democratic Party. What we need on the stage in November is someone who has the ability to win. And by that, we need someone on that stage who has the ability to go toe-to-toe with Donald Trump, and someone who has the ability to rebuild the Obama coalition and bring the party and the nation together. I believe I am that candidate.
Thank you, Senator. Congresswoman Gabbard, I'll give you a chance to respond.
What Senator Harris is doing is unfortunately continuing to traffic in lies and smears and innuendos because she cannot challenge the substance of the argument that I'm making, the leadership and the change that I'm seeking to bring in our foreign policy, which only makes me guess that she will, as president, continue the status quo, continue the Bush-Clinton-Trump foreign policy of regime change wars, which is deeply destructive. This is personal to me because I served in Iraq. I left my seat in the state legislature in Hawaii, volunteered to deploy to Iraq, where I served in a medical unit where every single day I saw the terribly high human cost of war. I take very seriously the responsibility that the president has to serve as commander-in-chief, to lead our armed forces, and to make sure always, no, I'm not going to put party interests first. I will put the interests of the American people above all else.
Thank you, Congresswoman. I want to briefly give Senator Harris a final second to respond.
I believe that what our nation needs right now is a nominee who can speak to all people. I spent my entire career standing mostly in a courtroom speaking 5 words, Kamala Harris for the people. And it was about all the people, regardless of their race, regardless of their gender, regardless of where they live geographically, regardless of the party with which they're registered to vote or the language their grandmother speaks. We need someone on this debate stage in November who has the ability to unify the country and to win the election. And I believe, again, I am that candidate.
Thank you for watching this video from...
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for watching the live stream. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, subscribe to the channel, like the live stream. We go live every single day. We go live every single day, Okay, let me see if I can play one more. I think the GOP debate in 2016. That was absolute fire, people. That was incredible.
What Donald Trump did was use eminent domain to try to take the property of an elderly woman on the Strip in Atlantic City. That is not public purpose. That is downright wrong. And here's the problem with that.
All right, okay.
The problem was it was to tear down. It was to
Jeb
tear
wants
down.
to be. He wants to be a tough guy. He wants to be a tough guy
It was
tonight.
to tear down
I didn't
the
take
house,
the property.
and the net
I
result
didn't,
was you tried.
I didn't
and
take
you
the
lost
property.
in the court.
The woman ultimately didn't want to do that.
That is not true.
And
the
it was
simple
great that
fact
I
is,
didn't.
to turn this into a limousine parking lot for his casinos is not a public use. And in Florida, based on what we did, we made that impossible. It is part of our Constitution. That's the better approach. That is the conservative approach.
Mr. Trump, take 30 seconds.
Let me just, he wants to be a tough guy. A lot of times you'll have, and it doesn't work very well.
How tough is it
a
to
lot
take
of
a
times,
property from an elderly woman?
Let me talk. Quiet.
How tough is it?
A lot of times, that's all of his donors and special interests out there. So that's what it is. That's what. And by the way, let me just tell you, we needed tickets. You can't get them. You know who has the tickets for the? I'm talking about to the television audience. Donors, special interest, the people that are putting up the money. So it is. The RNC told us we have all donors in the audience, and the reason they're not loving me, the reason they're not loving me is I don't want their money. I'm going to do the right thing for the American public. I don't want their money. I don't need their money. And I'm the only one up here that can say that. Eminent domain, the Keystone Pipeline.
Damn. God damn. I don't want their money. I don't need their money. And I'm the only one on this stage that can say that.
Donors in the audience. And the reason they're not loving me, the reason they're not loving me is I don't want their money. I'm going to do the right thing for the American public. I don't want their money. I don't need their money. And I'm the only one up here that can say that. Eminent domain, the Keystone Pipeline. Do you consider that a private job?
I consider it a public use.
No, let me ask you, Jeb. Do you consider the Keystone Pipeline private? Is it public or private?
It's a public use.
Oh, really? A public use? No, it's a private job.
It's a public use.
It's a private job.
Established by the courts, federal, state
You
courts.
wouldn't have the Keystone Pipeline that you want so badly without eminent domain.
All right, exactly.
You wouldn't have massive, excuse me, Josh, you wouldn't have massive factories without eminent domain.
Gentlemen, we do have to move forward.
Yo, Trump was on fire in goddamn 2016, actually.
You said defeating ISIS requires defeating Assad, but wouldn't that also put us into conflict with Russia, a country that supports Assad? So doesn't that mean effectively Assad's there to stay?
No, it doesn't. And that's the problem. The lack of leadership in this country by Barack Obama, John Kerry, Hillary Clinton, thinking that this is a policy that works, this policy of containment with ISIS, it's a complete unmitigated disaster. And to allow Russia now to have influence in Syria makes it harder, but we need to destroy ISIS and dispose of Assad to create a stable Syria so that the 4 million refugees aren't a breeding ground for Islamic jihadists. This is the problem. Donald Trump brought up the fact that he would want to accommodate Russia. Russia is not taking out ISIS. They're attacking our team, the team that we've been training and the team that we've been supporting. It is absolutely ludicrous to suggest that Russia could be a positive partner in this. They are on the run. They are making, every time we step back, they're on the run. The question that you asked was a really good one about what you would do. What 3 things would you do? I would restore the military. The sequester needs to be reversed. I would have a strategy to destroy ISIS. And I would immediately create a policy of containment as it relates to Iran's ambitions, and to make clear that we are not going to allow for Iran to do what it's doing, which is to move towards a nuclear weapon. Those 3 things would be the first and foremost things that we need to do in 2017.
Mr. Trump, Mr. Trump, you were mentioned here. You did say you could get along very well with Vladimir Putin. You did at one point say, let Russia take care of ISIS.
Call me a genius. I like him so far, I have to tell you. Let me just tell you this. Jeb is so wrong. Jeb is absolutely so. That's just so you understand. You know what that is? That's Jeb's special interest and lobbyists talking. Look, let me just tell you something. Jeb is so wrong. You got to fight ISIS first. You fight ISIS first. Right now, you have Russia, you have Iran, you have them with Assad, and you have them with Syria. You have to knock out ISIS. They're chopping off heads. These are animals. You have to knock them out. You have to knock them off strong. You decide what to do after. You can't fight 2 wars at one time. If you listen to him and you listen to some of the folks that I've been listening to, that's why we've been in the Middle East for 15 years, and we haven't won anything. We've spent $5 trillion in the Middle East because of thinking like that. We've spent and Lindsey Graham, who backs him, who had 0 on his polls. So let me just tell you something. We've spent. I only tell the truth, lobbyists. We've spent $5 trillion all over the middle. We have to rebuild our country. We have to rebuild our infrastructure. You listen to that, you're going to be there for another 15 years.
All right, Governor Bush, please respond.
So the very basic fact is that Vladimir Putin is not going to be an ally of the United States. The whole world knows this. It's a simple, basic fact. They're not taking out, they're not even attempting to take out ISIS. They're attacking the troops that we're supporting. We need to create a coalition, Sunni-led coalition on the ground with our special operators to destroy ISIS and bring about stability. And you can't do that with Assad in power.
We're supporting troops that we don't even know who they are.
Okay,
We're supporting troops that we don't even know who they are.
Trump. All right.
We have no idea who they are.
Gentlemen, I think we're gonna leave that there. I've got a question
from a guy
for Senator.
who gets his foreign policy from the shows.
Oh,
this is a guy who thinks that Hillary Clinton was a great negotiator in Iran. We're living in dangerous times.
In New Hampshire.
This is a man who insults his way to the nomination.
44 million.
All right, ladies. All right, gentlemen, let's leave it there so I can ask a question of Senator Cruz, who's also running for president.
I feel like nobody at.
So just to be clear on this, Mr. Trump, you're okay with the president nominating somebody?
Now, I would certainly want to try and
indication to conservatives in particular, not to name a conservative justice with the rest of your term for the.
Well, I can say this, if the president, and if I were president now, I would certainly want to try and nominate a justice. And I'm sure that, frankly, I'm absolutely sure that President Obama will try and do it. I hope that our Senate is going to be able, Mitch and the entire group is going to be able to do something about it in times of delay. We could have a Dianne Sykes, or you could have a Bill Pryor. We have some fantastic people. But this is a tremendous blow to conservatism. It's a tremendous blow, frankly, to our country.
So just to be clear on this, Mr. Trump, you're okay with the president nominating somebody?
I think he's going to do it, whether I'm okay with it or not. I think it's up to Mitch McConnell and everybody else to stop it. It's called delay, delay, delay.
Governor Kasich, I want to get your thoughts on this. Justice Scalia was a real believer, obviously, in the strict word of the Constitution. Now, Harry Reid says that a failure to fill his vacancy would be, quote, shameful abdication.
Make clear that we are not going to allow for.
Absolutely. So that's just so you understand. You know what that is? That's Jeb's special interest and lobbyists talking. Look, let me just tell you something. Jeb.
I like Donald. He is an amazing entertainer.
This guy lied. Let me just tell you, this guy lied about Ben Carson when he took votes away from Ben Carson in Iowa.
You want to talk about weakness? It's weak to really weak to call John.
He also said about language.
I've laid out.
If he builds the wall the way he built Trump Towers, he'll be used.
He was probably here for 380.
Safe to say it was.
Look.
I'm looking for that clip where he said they lied. Trump, they lied about Iraq or some shit.
Bush had a tense exchange over George Bush's record in Iraq.
Obviously, the war in Iraq was a big, fat mistake, all right? Now, you can take it any way.
Yo, this man is wild. Listen to what he says.
Obviously, the war in Iraq was a big, fat mistake, all right? Now, you can take it any way you want, and it took Jeb Bush, if you remember at the beginning of his announcement, when he announced for president, took him 5 days. He went back. It was a mistake. It wasn't a mistake. Took him 5 days before his people told him what to say. And he ultimately said it was a mistake. The war in Iraq, we spent $2 trillion, thousands of lives. We don't even have it. Iran is taking over Iraq with the second largest oil reserves in the world. Obviously, it was a mistake. So George Bush made a mistake. We can make mistakes, but that one was a beauty. We should have never been in Iraq. We have destabilized the Middle East.
I'm sick and tired of Barack Obama blaming my brother for all of the problems that he's had. And frankly, I could care less about the insults that Donald Trump gives to me. It's blood sport for him. He enjoys it, and I'm glad he's happy about it. But I am sick and tired of him going after my family. My dad is the greatest man alive in my mind. While Donald Trump was building a reality TV show, my brother was building a security apparatus to keep us safe, and I'm proud of what he did. And he's had the gall to go after
the World Trade
mother.
Center came
He's
down
had
during
the gall
your
to go
brother's
after
reign.
my
Remember
mother.
that.
That was Jeb Bush and Donald Trump going at it.
That was very, very. They were going at it, bro.
All the time that it was George W. Bush in the White House on 9/11 and not Al Gore.
How did he keep us safe when the World Trade Center came down? The World, excuse me, I lost hundreds of friends. The World Trade Center came down during the reign of George. He kept us safe. That's not safe. That is not safe, Mark.
All right.
That is not safe.
The World Trade Center came down because Bill Clinton didn't kill Osama bin Laden when he had the chance to kill him.
And George Bush.
That was Marco Rubio, Florida Senator, presidential candidate. We're joined now by three guests: David K. Johnston, Pulitzer Prize-winning vet.
Man, that was just fire. Anyway, thank you so much for watching the live show. Subscribe to the channel. Subscribe to the channel. Like the live show. What the heck going on right? We are done for the night. Subscribe to the live show. Subscribe to the channel. Subscribe to the channel. Subscribe to the channel. Subscribe to the channel. It is the end of the live show. You know what time it is. All right, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Vote for Kamala if you want to vote for Kamala. Vote for Trump if you want to vote for Trump. Just make sure you are voting for policies, not feelings, vibe, and emotions, okay? Make sure you're voting for policies, not feelings and emotions, okay? Anyway, thank you so much for watching the live show. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for being a part of the live show. I'm going to leave you with this quote, okay? Instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. Instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. Thank you so much for being a part of the live show. God bless everybody. God bless your family. Be safe. God loves you. And don't forget to subscribe. Thank you.